I'm so bad at this sometimes. Hey guys, how are y'all doing? Welcome in on this. What are we on Tuesday? We are, yay, Tuesday evening. Welcome in, guys. Rachel, it's pouring down rain. Oh no. You got flood warnings too? Well, stay safe, girl. I didn't realize all that was happening. I got pretty weather, so I'll send some good vibe weather your way. How about that? Guys, thanks for coming in. Y'all come in, get comfy, grab your coffee, your tea, whatever your vice might be. We have a little company here tonight. Keith is going to come up and join us. Um, Sorry we were for a couple minutes late. We were chit chatting about something, about an upcoming show we want to do. So we had to talk for a second. Welcome in, everybody. Let me get Keith on up here. Let's see. Where is everything? I feel like I broke all my buttons. Hello, sir. How are you? You're
Hello, I'm great too. Apparently, I had all my buttons broken.
Hey, y'all don't leave it up to me. I'll break it for all of us.
yeah. No, doing great, doing great. Hope you're well. Hello, everyone in chat too.
Yeah, everybody's missed you. So you've been popping in and out. I know you were away for a few days, but you're back now. So um,
Yeah. Took a few days off. Always good for the soul.
isn't
I
it though?
recommend. Well, sometimes, yeah. Like we were talking about behind the scenes. Sometimes you see something roll through, and you're like, I gotta get
No,
on top of this.
you're like, I really shouldn't, but I'm going to anyway. That's
Right.
how we do to ourselves. I really shouldn't, but I will. Um,
Yep.
there's been a lot that was going on the last few days anyway in the crazy wonky world. The true
Yeah. I I don't want to jump the gun, but this Rick Castigar guy.
Mm-hmm.
What an interesting conversation that is.
So you saw it too.
Yeah.
I did too. But I know Butterfly did. We actually had a phone call, and our call was about something else, just goofy shit that ended up like, did you see that? And you're like, yeah. And I'm like, can we? So I feel like, do we have to thank him for bringing us Sheriff Nanos for an unlimited amount of time, or? But it was a
Right.
very we are. I have that for us to cover because
Cool.
it was very interesting, wasn't it? Um, a little more insight into Sheriff Nanos and the type of guy we're dealing with, and why the hell. And I keep asking this question when we began to get suspicious of him as far as what's wrong with him. He don't act right. He's not talking right. And then we saw before we saw his record come out that was so horrible. Like who's keeping this guy in office and why, and especially when we learned that there's 90% disapproval rating. I'm like, gee whiz, second term sheriff, I get it, in between you lost but you came back, but somebody's working real hard to make sure you stay there. And then it comes out, I got this really nice white Corvette, I live in a nice house, I'm going to the gym, going to the basketball games, my brother died, y'all leave me alone. And I'm thinking, who's keeping you in office and why? I don't know.
Hmm.
I could be off about that, but there was something that guy said that struck me as maybe it's time to do a lot of self reflection, because he said that he had repeatedly gotten complaints
Hmm.
about nanos and he didn't believe any of them. But
Which,
his officers, and
yeah,
you just didn't believe any of them until now.
yeah. That you know, we have seen so much in throughout history of um, police departments, sheriff county offices, and the way they address certain things. And I know it's a tough gig to get up there in front of a mic and say to the world, this is what we have going on, or this is my opinion on this, or this is how I view this, or from my expertise, this. And everyone online is going to scrutinize that and tear it apart whichever way they want. And they're going to, pull some semantical argument and things like that. But, um, Pima County, how Nanos has handled this overall has been just awful. You look at like what happened with Afro Man in that trial and the Adams
Yeah.
County Sheriff. You look at I know we've talked about it, but just some of the Delphi pressers after Richard Allen's sentencing were just the most tone deaf thing I've ever heard. And you wonder, like, what are these people's attorneys or publicists or whatever like are these people getting a paycheck because they are not doing their job very well? And it's like some things it's like you just shouldn't say. And then when you come down to it, before something comes out of your mouth as a public official, you have to be prepared for someone to ask you the 5 W's, right? Who, what, when, where, and why.
Right.
Why is most important? So my questions were, I got a bunch of complaints about him and I just didn't really put mine into it. Why? Why?
Yeah, it did make it didn't make any sense because he's not listening to his deputies, or his investigators, everybody who worked under him. And I'll explain to you guys who he is in just a second in case you're wondering who we're talking about. He was the guy who put Sheriff Nanos in position basically and pushed for him to get the job. And he has worked with him for what, 40 years, damn near. He was his boss at one time. He was Nanos's boss and all the things. Let's see. Butterfly, are you talking about? I don't see an update from Enton except for an hour ago on a whole other case. He did one 22 hours ago, but I have the video saved for what we're talking about, which was an Enton video. If maybe you sent it to me in Discord or something, let me know. I don't know. I don't see what you're talking about. So anyway, he did do a video, Brian Enton, and he interviewed the guy. So what was he also the former sheriff, or he was the undersheriff under Nanos the second term, but before that he was Nanos' boss. And
yes.
We're going to play the video and show you guys what he says exactly and how he says things. But the biggest takeaway to me was when he was like, hold on, let me check this out real quick. Oh yeah, I did see that, Butterfly, because I was checking up on it and I was waiting on some follow-up tweets because today was the meeting down there in Pima County where they were going to be meeting to discuss all this Nano stuff. And Brian Enton does have an update about that. All right, let me pull up Brian Enton's video, guys, and show you who we're talking about and why we're talking about it. And that's not the only thing that's come out that has been said over the last couple of days. Now, new to the case as far as possible evidence goes, if we can even say that, Lord, before some of these people jump ship over there at their mainstream jobs and think that, boy, that YouTube looks real enticing, here I go, you might want to learn the streets a little bit, learn who the people are before you jump in bed with them, and make sure all of your audience also follows those people, because it might come back to get you one day. Now, Ashley Banfield's been hanging out a lot with Gray Hughes lately. And I'm just going to have to be honest with you guys about something. That guy don't like me because I asked a question one day. And a simple question about a very simple, logical, and it wasn't like I was debating him, calling him inaccurate. Kind of was agreeing with him, but had a follow-up question. And he yells for his mods to block Salty. And nobody ever did. I don't know why. But anyway, my last straw with Gray Hughes.
It's so two thoughts with that.
Ahead.
First of all,
go ahead.
I won't dive too much, but yeah, Banfield's got a bad pick on men. I like her history has been pretty tough with that. But
look, I was sipping coffee when you said that. Next time, hold up a finger, give me a warning.
Sorry. The second thing is Gray Hughes. When you get banned from his chat, it's kind of like a rite of passage into. Affirmation that you're a good person. But I had the same exact thing happen. And again, Delphi, one of his main theories, he was very close with the Patty family. Well, very close is, it depends on what your conceptualization of very close is, but he did a lot of defending and speaking for them, and he's had contact with them. And one of the things that I said, his theory was that he had Abby put her clothing back on before everything had happened. And my question to him was, so you mean to tell me he got scared by a van passing by, marched them down the hill, over a creek, into the other side of the woods, and then had them all get undressed, killed one, had one get redressed, and then he just immediately was like, you know what, I'm not dealing with this. Like,
Yeah.
just ban. And it's like, okay, well, if you
Yeah.
don't want to have a discussion around that, then that tells me that your logic's very flawed, and you're trying to, push a square peg through a round hole instead of actually find the truth. And that's just been his entire identity, in my opinion. So
Yeah, because you're supposed to be able to have these questions and talk about the things, that all that. My last straw with that guy, because I don't like go watch his shows because I think I'm going to be finding informative information. There were a
Mhm.
few things with like video stuff I would go look and review here and there, but I always knew, always knew he would alter videos. Okay, I
Mhm.
always knew that. When I say be careful on these YouTube streets, I don't just say it because it's cute to say. I say it with Uh-oh. Are you bound?
Oh,
Yeah.
sounds like you're
Okay.
back.
Yep, you're back. Or did you lose me and I lost you? I'm
I
not
think
sure.
so, yeah.
We lost each other for a moment. We got lost in space. We're back. We are back. But there was we were getting back to back body cam releases in the Idaho 4 case. And we had one release where the camera is at 1112 and it's trained right on Jack D's house. And at one point, there is a guy that opens the door. It's in the middle of the night. It's in between Koberger's runs around the house. Guy comes out of the door and he walks quickly to the road and then he jogs down the street toward the frat house, toward not Linda Lane, but toward Taylor Ave. It's very innocent. It's normal behavior. The guy just left a house and jogged down the street, right? Other cars are coming and going. There was nothing nefarious. Well, when he re released that video, and I was watching it one night because he was going to show everybody something. Well, I already know this video inside and out, like the back of my hand, and I'm watching for what I know is going to be manipulation. Let me just say that. And at one point, I knew, okay, it's time for Koberger to come behind Jack's house and creep down Walenta. And that's about the same time the guy's going to come running out of the house, right? He literally blurred out the guy coming out of the house, but he did a poor job, and you could see a blotch of him twice. And then, but if you didn't know the guy was there, you wouldn't have known it was happening. But while that was happening, he wanted everybody in the audience to look away and look up in the left hand corner and watch Koberger's car come around. So they're all focused on that car in the left hand corner, not realizing he's blurred out an image in the body cam official release video. You don't need to do that. You don't, and tell people you did it. Just say there was a person coming out is innocent. Y'all have already seen it because it's a public release, but I'm going to blur it here, and here's my reason why. But that never
Mhm.
happened, and it bothered me because if you're willing to do that, how many other things are you manipulating and you're not telling the public you're doing it when you're doing it, right? I just don't get it.
Yeah, well, we saw that in the Delphi case where he took a rendering of Richard Allen's make and model car, and it's a blacked out rendering, like the CAD model of the actual car, like the programming, like design of it. It was pitch black, so you couldn't see any distinguishing features or anything. And then he kind of retrofitted that over the very pixelated, poor quality image that we got from the Hoosier Harvester camera. And he just kind of, just shrunk it enough to where it fit, to where it could cover everything else up, and there was no defining it or distinguishing figures. And he just literally said, like, oh, there you go, it's his car. And my favorite thing is, before I was even able to do this, there were people on Twitter actually retrofitting pictures of his Subaru Outback on the Hoosier Harvester. And they said, see, you could do this with any vehicle that has the same kind of cut of
And
cut
you
of
could.
parts.
Mhm.
And it's just
Yeah.
one of those things where it's like, I get it. The whole Google Earth thing that he's obsessed with. It's like you just
Dude,
you,
can I just look?
yeah.
When you look at that video that him and Ashley do with his stupid Google Earth, and you see a distorted Nancy Guthrie house. I'm talking all bad at, and I'm like, dude, no. Let me show you some Gray Hughes. I've got some work to show you tonight, Bubba. I hope you're proud. I hope I make you proud later. Y'all think
Right.
I've been so like being a horrible creator, is that the word? Yeah. So I did some things, Gray, because guess what, you weren't the only one who could find all these documents way back when. You weren't the only one who found this image way back when, sir. If you go back and listen to the playlist, you'll hear me
Mhm.
talk about how the images of of the house online were scrubbed and the floor plans, but we had the architectural plans.
Yeah.
It's in one of my past shows. I also mentioned Tom Forbes and photos he may or may not have taken, and that how some will be telling you they're of this address, but they're not. This one is Nancy Guthrie's living room. Good job,
Mhm.
Gray. Good job, sir. Wait. We'll get there, Gray. Look. We'll get there. Oh, that's mine, not yours. Okay. Sorry. I was being a jackass, guys.
No, yeah, rightfully so. I mean, he, if he's not stealing other people's content or theories, he's absolutely deriving a crazy. Again, I think we talked about this last time. I call it fan fiction, right? Where if there's one dot and no other dot to connect it to, they will create that dot and they will try to make the connection and then assert their opinion as fact, right? So he does that with Koberger all the time. He goes, and then Koberger went up the stairs and took a left, and it's like, at least at the time, we didn't have the evidence that actually happened. You know what I mean?
No, we had floor plans and we had
Right.
speculation. And Ashley Banfield is almost as bad at doing the same thing. A lot of people got turned off with her because in the Idaho 4 case, because she was so, I know. When, ma'am, you're speculating like the rest. Well, those two speculate. I wonder if she's been watching me too, because she straight up stole my theory about the weeds, man, covering up the camera and taking them off.
Yeah.
She's literally told 5 people that will listen to her, he's trying to take the camera off and nobody bites. Well, Tracy Walder did, but never got back to us. So it was kind of funny. But Ashley got on this kick when she did the Nancy Woodrum story about the 64 or 62-year-old lady who was essayed and kidnapped, right? But she knew the perpetrator. We did a whole show the other day on it. I knew of the story before Ashley put it out there. But Ashley he's like, this was a SA assault gone wrong. That is her theory. This was a SA thing. And now a source tells her that was it her or was it Nancy Grace? Hold on, I may have it backwards. Or it was Ashley. That family tells investigators that Nancy Guthrie frequently left her back door unlocked, if not both her back doors. And I'm like, oh, what source is saying that? Or am I?
Right.
She's 84. Am I going to believe she's leaving the doors unlocked? Maybe. So if you're going with the doors were unlocked and that's how they got in, because remember, Ashley's source says back door wide open. It was a crime of opportunity, and the opportunity was to essay an elderly lady.
Mm-hmm. And then we bother with risking even walking up to a camera on the front door.
Right. You're already in the back door where it's wide open and you don't have any issues going down, right? You're just jolly back there having a good old time. And yeah, now it turned complicated because you decided to take that body with you after you essayed the old lady. That's weird.
Yeah, and I think that, like, again, Gray Hughes has obviously created this environment for himself because he bans anyone who challenges his thought. But I also think, like, the Banfields of the world, or like Vinny and Court TV, which I think he's a little, he could be a little bit more objective depending on whichever way the wind blows that day.
Yeah, whichever way the wind blows.
Right,
exactly.
Right. But I think they're surrounded by people that don't challenge them out of fear of, like, not having access to that kind of platform and stuff.
I think, because it's a lot of that network type stuff, that political stuff. But Ashley's going to come to the YouTubes and now give us a bit of, and I don't mind it. I don't dislike her at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I think she might want to be a little more picky about what she does on the YouTubes. It might not work out in the end, especially if you're going to platform with and align with the Gray Hugheses of the world.
Yeah, and that's like, the last thing I'll say is it's like CrimeCon. Like, if you're a podcaster and you've got a spot at CrimeCon, I'm immediately suspect of what you've done or said to get a seat at the table there. I don't know, just very networky to your point. There's
It'd be
office
very networky.
office
You know,
politics and crime tube.
yeah, I mean, I could probably honestly try to reach out to a lot of people, right, in this space. Hey, do you want to come on or do you want to do this? And I'm like, I just don't, I'm so picky. I think about who I talk to and who we talk to around here, and I can tell people like you, they love butterfly, they like dolphin, the people that I have had up on panel, right? I've had publicly buzzed over once or twice. I used to have another friend come up occasionally. I've had all eyes has been up, but
Mhm.
I don't have a ton. I wish I had more people I thought were cool enough to bring on. I'll say that. You know what I mean? To have some great discussions, but it's just I like to talk about the other ones' discussions. Are they idiots or not? We know anybody, but still.
Yeah.
So,
Well,
go
I
ahead.
don't. I love that. Like you guys, or you specifically allow people to come into your chat and say like, hey, I don't agree with this, and okay, cool, let's talk about it. Like, okay, that's an opinion. I had
Yeah.
this opinion. We differ. I don't know if you remember this, but I was I I was a little junior, and I was new to the YouTube streets, and I was watching you and Joe cover the Labredo thing, and I you were mentioning what's he doing, drunk downtown, and I was in your chat, Salty, and I was like, a man should be able to get drunk in a downtown area and not get beat up. It has nothing to do with him drinking, damn it. And I was a little fired up and stuff. And then
Mhm.
like a grown man, I went and I sat, I think the next morning, and I had a coffee, and I said, you know what, I think two different perspectives can be two beautiful things. And you could say,
Right.
you need to be a little bit more vigilant. You're in a dangerous area. Indianapolis has some
Right.
seriously dangerous parts. But then I also maybe I am right. And there's no good nor bad. Only thinking makes it so, right? And I think that's the
And I can
beautiful
see
thing
your
about it.
point too,
Right.
yeah, and that's really cool. And I like that. That's why I encourage people to come into the chat and as long as you're not coming in being crazy and talking crazy off the wall alien stuff, but if you want to come in and have a conversation, it's like, well, that don't make any sense, Salty, or what about this theory? Somebody come in the other day, like, I can't believe y'all will not wrap your heads around the essay. Yes, we can. Let's stop and talk about it, because we can wrap our head around that happening, right? But why
Correct.
do we feel it's not happening in this case? There's reasons we feel it didn't, but you can give me the reasons you feel it did. At the end of the day, we're going to have to disagree at some point if we don't get there together. You know what I mean?
The difference between possible and probable is how much evidence you got, right?
True.
And I think we could say, yeah, it's possible that there's a essay and motivation to this. It's also probable that that's not the case too, right?
Mm-hmm.
And then people who are like, I have this passionate theory about this. It's like, that's great. Let's see what evidence you have to support that claim.
Yeah.
Welcome to like writing a essay in high school or college 101, right? You have to provide evidence to support your claim, and people just go, well, you're just denying that it happened. It's like, well, no, I'm not denying that it's happened. I'm saying it's on the table, but what's telling you that this is probable? Right now, it's nothing.
Exactly. Because we don't have anything but a timeline in this case and a little bit of evidence, right? A
Right.
very little evidence. And we all wonder, could we have more evidence if we had a better crime scene from the beginning? We don't know the answer. Logic would tell you, yes, of course. The longer you hold the scene, the more you can yield from it, the more ideas you might get. Something may cause you to go, you might recover a video and go, holy shit, they went to the bathroom. I better go swab the bathroom. I'm just example. But going back now to Chris Nanos, we're going to review this video that Brian Enton did where he interviews, what was his name again, Keith? You know that.
His name
Yes.
is Rick
Oh,
Castigar.
Castigar. Rick
Yep.
Castigar. That's his name. And I know he was an undersheriff under Nanos, but before sheriff was the sheriff the first time, he was the sheriff's boss. And so he's going to explain how Nanos got the position and why, basically. And he's also going to tell you how throughout the years, decades actually, when he would receive complaints about Nanos, and it just floored me. You're running an entire department that your entire community depends on for safety and all the
Hmm.
things, and there if you got multiple deputies coming to you expressing a concern about this guy, you think they're all being dishonest with you. Like, that would mean they all have an axe to grind against this Nanos guy. You're the only one that likes him. Like, dude, I would be examined. I would, as old as this guy is now, 40 years deep, you
Hmm.
better re-examine everybody you've known your entire life. They may have all duped you. You know
Oh,
what I mean? How many
it's
times this guy tell himself, "Oh, she's not really like that." I'm
it's
sorry.
getting to the point where we need, like, I know these places have internal affairs, but again, that's that intertwined political aspect of it. But
Mhm.
we need a whole new subsect of the DOJ that is designed to incredibly and swiftly and thoroughly investigate these departments when things happen.
Yeah.
Because we pay taxes, you know what I mean? It's like I could move to Arizona, I could move to Tucson tomorrow.
Yep.
And be a citizen there and have the right to, I say this to people all the time. They're like, "You're from Ohio, originally from Michigan. Why do you care so much about Delphi?" It's like, well, I'm within potentially 3 miles of a child killer, and I have children in my family that I care about. I have the right to know, um, if a child killer's still on the loose. That's crazy.
Yeah.
So, but yeah,
It,
it's the same thing with
no,
this.
I get it. And people want to ask me the same thing. Well, why would you care about Delphi so much? You want to know why? Because at the time I had two little girls who were in the next room playing the minute Susan Hendricks, of all people, announced it on HLN, headline news back in the day. Two little girls just disappeared into the woods and unalive and found deceased. Who would do such a horrible thing?
Right,
Who would do that? That hit home to me. I had two beautiful little girls. I lived in an area like Delphi, but clear across the country, right?
right, right,
I'm in the woods, man. I got trails you wouldn't even know of, right? Only the locals are going to know. Who did that to those poor little girls? So I get it. Idaho 4 was the same way. I didn't know it would
right.
affect me as deep, but when it did, because there was four of them, and that's a lot, and these parents are heartbroken, and these four people are being dragged left and right. Right? It was wild. And
Yeah,
then to see how people treated Rick Allen compared to Koberger was really mind-boggling to me, considering all the things around the two cases. So,
yeah, and I'm never gonna say like why you're from Rhode Island or you're from uh, 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 Texas. Why do you care about what happens in Indiana?
mhm,
Bundy, committed most of his crimes in Washington State, around Utah. He went to the University of Michigan. He was, he was an alum there. You look at Israel Keys. He did a lot in Alaska,
well,
but
with
he
with
traveled.
yeah, and with Ted Bundy, like you said, here he is traveling the country. We all know what he was doing. He was a serial killer. Ted Bundy murdered several women in the state of Florida. Ted Bundy was arrested in my hometown 20 minutes. No, I forgot I moved. Hold on. Let me reassess. Shh. Maybe 12 minutes from where I'm sitting right now.
Yeah, and
That
if
easily, right? One cop is all it took to catch him behind a dark building in an alley and ask him, "What you doing back here, my guy?"
yep,
And there
yeah.
you go.
And if Koberger wasn't driving back to Pennsylvania with his dad, I mean, he could have stopped at IU. He could have stopped at Ohio
Anywhere,
State. He could have stopped at Penn State. Yeah, anywhere, right? I mean, it's just one of those
anywhere.
things. Crime travels. So
And Keith, that's not that far fetched, because think about it. He knowing what he did, right? He said, "I did it." So knowing what he did, and
mhm.
he's driving back, serial killer being born. Do you know what I mean? You know that when they start to think about their next time, would it have been on that trip back? And what else also floors me is the fact that it did take 6 weeks, and WSU pretended he was just a guy they should just maybe keep an eye on.
Yeah,
One of his victims' sisters was living in Washington and attending that college. Xana
Yep.
Kernodle's sister.
Yeah.
That could have been the next victim that always sticks out in my mind, Jasmine Kernodle, and I'm
Yeah.
like, thank God he never attempted to go after her, man.
Yeah.
Shit.
Absolutely. I mean,
Shit.
and just with the connection to her, could have not
Yeah.
been enough for him or something. We don't know. We're not in his mind. And
Well, you don't know what his mentality was. What if he saw her, he saw the news coverage, he sees her at campus, he seeks her out, she favors the victim, it's overwhelming, whatever goes on in their warped ass heads, you know what I'm saying? It's wild to
yeah.
think. So we should all care because we don't know when the bad guy's living next door. We don't
Yep.
know when the bad guy is sitting in the parking lot of your local grocery store waiting on a victim of opportunity, as they're calling it. When they do victimology on y'all don't want to be known as one of those victims of opportunity because you somehow caused it to happen
Right.
by not, having all your good senses about you. Okay, so can I see? Let me fix everything here. Let me so you guys can see what's going on here. If y'all tune in, people who tune in. Okay, this is Brian Enton's interview. Let me.
Thanks so much for checking out my show.
Let me talk for a second. So he's in his car. I like how they get in their car and they do car shots. I'm always like, what kind of car is that? Look at those seats. Is that a rental or is that his actual car?
Yeah.
Brian, are you
Well,
on the move again? Right? I'm like asking stupid questions in my brain at that point.
if the theory is that Savannah had a stalker, I don't blame Enton for having a burner
Right?
car, like whatever. Get a whole new set of clothes, change your hair, whatever you got to
Look,
do, man. Stay safe. People are
I have
crazy.
I have thought about that, Keith, over especially the past 2 weeks, like watching some of these, and you can see that one room in their house or whatever, or wherever they're at, and you're like, man, I wonder how many of them second guess now what they put out there and where they put it out from. And if you
Yeah.
put it, how much of home do you share? We find it. I forget that I'm live sometimes. You know what I mean? I'm hanging out with my friends and we're all just chatting and we're talking and we're all telling each other stories about ourselves and but how many people are out there waiting to do something with that? That's wild to think that you got to be so guarded you can't allow, I don't know. It's
Yeah.
that finding that balance, right? And hope that the freaks don't come out. Like, what does Maureen say, y'all? Sweet baby Jesus, rid us of all these evil people. I
Absolutely.
paraphrase. Whatever. We'll play that video later if I remember.
With Rick Castigar, who really knows the sheriff and knows Pima County unlike anyone else I've interviewed, I would say. And that
Okay, I'll let Brian introduce you guys to who the guy is. Okay.
is because Rick was the sheriff's boss for decades. The Sheriff Nanos, Pima County Sheriff, was actually under Rick when he was in leadership at the sheriff's office for decades. Then Rick supported him in running for sheriff. Sheriff Nanos won, and then Rick was actually his chief deputy, his undersheriff. But things went south between them, and he's going to explain that in this episode. But he has a very interesting perspective, not only on Sheriff Nanos and what is happening behind the scenes, because he was, again, with the department for 40 years up until pretty recently, but also on what he thinks of the Nancy Guthrie case, what he thinks happened. He tells me his theory based on everything he knows on what he thinks happened, why he thinks that there was never a major search for Nancy Guthrie, which I asked him extensively about because it's been something that's confused me. Yes, there was a search in the beginning. Remember, they brought the dogs out for 1 or 2 days, it seemed like, but we've never seen really a major search for Nancy in the desert out there. And he explains why he thinks that's the case. And we basically just go through everything that's happened, and his take on it, again, is really fascinating because of his perspective. 40 years with the Pima County Sheriff's Office, most of that time spent being Sheriff Nanos' boss. So
40 years with the department, and most of that time he was Nano's boss.
Yeah, I think his highest ranking was deputy chief.
Yeah. So Nanos had a horrible record back in El Paso. And he said on that radio interview, I was just 20 years old. I thought I was the shit. I thought I was grown, but looking back now, I realize I wasn't. And I thought, man, what a cop out for a 20-year-old, because I know what I was doing at 20, man, and I don't get the same cop out. I just don't. Trust me.
Yeah, my question for him would be, what's your excuse now then?
Right. And this guy's known him most of his damn life and all of his Arizona life. And just now woke up and saw the sign, right?
Yeah.
I'm surprised Nano's name wasn't on those weird signs that popped up the other night with Guthrie's name and Miss, what was her name, y'all? Shylick. Did you see that?
I did.
I was actually watching it when it happened, and I didn't even know. I don't normally watch that.
Yeah.
But I couldn't sleep. And I think they were talking about it. I had to go rewind and saw it. But that was wild.
I was watching, or I was listening while I was working on your last live, and
okay,
I think it was the one from when everything was happening live, and I don't know. I don't know. It's just with the amount of trolling that's happened in this case already. I just wouldn't be shocked if that was.
Oh, it sounds like somebody took their theory in Miss Shylick's case. I think that's her, whatever her last name was, y'all.
Yeah, Cheryl.
Whatever. Yeah. Carol. Was it Carol? Whatever. I'm sorry, ma'am. I have your name, I promise. Shymick. That's it. Anyway, I think whoever they took their conspiracy about that case and decided that somehow Guthrie's case was going to be part of that, not part of it, but like it. Do you know what I mean? Similar things. You know what I'm saying?
Yep, absolutely.
It was just one of those things, but
again, possible, but again, probability. We got to have the evidence,
Oh, I would definitely be lifting some DNA and prints if I could. I would be a fool not to, but
or maybe we got lucky and everyone started getting some Ring camera subscriptions going.
Well, they claim they did. Them neighbors got that little coalition they formed right after Savannah. They let that out of the bag in that last Saturday night special when they said that talking about the neighbors, and it said little known fact, and I have the notes on that. They call themselves an actual thing now, but they formed right after this happened. The neighbors got together right there in the immediate community neighborhood, and all began to go over their video together. Okay, I see this at X day, the night of, maybe at 2 a.m. What do you see at 2 a.m.? Well, at 2:05, I see this, and I'm 2 streets over here. What do you see? They got all that together, right? And took all of that to the FBI. But that was weeks back. So if there was any like if you saw a car going down Camino Escalante and then you saw it going down, was it Maria, one of the neighboring streets, does it correspond time-wise? Probably so. But I guarantee you we don't have a clear image of what that car would be. It's too dark. You know what I mean? To even know a make, model, color. That's been on my mind. That's aggravating to me. I'm like, I want to see what the neighbors have.
Yeah.
There has to be a car. Come on, man. I don't care if it's just car lights passing your house at 2. What time does Nancy's pacemaker go offline? 2:28? 2:32, you got a car that passed. 2:40, you have a car that passed. 2:38, you have one. But nobody can see what kind of car it is. But I bet you, just like in Koberger's case, it will, all of them little sightings match up. But I just can't tell you what kind of car it is, right?
Yep, absolutely. That they have a car that they think might be involved just from the time trajectory to like traffic cameras, because there are traffic cameras out there in the major intersections. They just can't. Again, they don't. I mean, if you release that and you have another Carlos situation when that ends up not being the person, it just looks even worse. And then now you have people calling in less tips because they think, well, the Nancy case isn't going anywhere. It's tough.
What do you think the probability of them having something like that might be? Because I've often wondered it. And because I'm trying to figure out, how did they get out of this freaking neighborhood sight unseen? How do we do that? How do
I think
we don't have a portal. Come on, I shut Lori Vallow down. We don't have a portal here. We that didn't happen. We're not doing witchcraft in the woods either. Um, what the fuck happened? Right? Where'd they
yeah,
go?
yeah, I personally think they do like have more. I think there's probably a lot more to the camera or the extra camera images and footage that they pulled from Nancy's house. I think there's a lot more there, but it just again does it help them does it help them to release that on the off chance that someone would see something? I mean, you have the guy in the mask at the front porch on a pretty clear ring camera, but he's wearing a mask, and then like it didn't really go anywhere. And then you have people doing harm, making AI re-renderings of it, and, just kind of ended up being a mess. But I don't know. I do think they have more. I just don't think they feel it's worth it to share right now.
You know what? I think I had to give. I keep stopping poor Brian with unflattering looks. Okay, I'll give y'all.
Yeah, sorry.
So anyway, so you know how they had that 238? Was it 238 vehicle flyby? The white. What people say it's a white SUV or whatever it was. That one
like a
neighbor's
Kia
house.
Soul or something like that.
Yeah. I didn't study too hard what kind it was because nobody
Right.
could ever answer my question because I'm horrible. Butterfly knows at which way is north, south, east, and west. Was that car coming away from Nancy's or toward? I don't know what street that was again. I can't recall right off the top of my head. But is that the only house in that entire neighborhood that sees a car pass? Because I really trolled the map hard the other night, like on foot, as best, from my phone, going down the street. And I
Yeah.
found a couple of interesting houses that probably had a clear shot of the road that were new the landscaping was so new that it wasn't blocking the view. Do you know what I'm saying? Which is
Yeah.
what I would the next show I do where I want to unpack where did they go when they left Nancy's will include stuff like that. And like I said, All Eyes did that fantastic map where the DOT cameras are as well as the city's cameras.
Yep.
And I remember early on reports saying that how they didn't record in town, right? The flock cameras, I guess it would be, and they were just capturing the readers and monitoring traffic. But the DOT cameras, I think, did read footage, but that's only going to do us good if they got to the interstate. Right?
Yeah, that's such a shock to me that Flock wasn't recording because their entire
Well, look, they didn't need it for subscription, Keith.
yeah. Well, yeah, I mean, and also like Flock doesn't have an available like public map of where their cameras are, but like again, if you're on Google Maps and you look, you can absolutely tell like a Flock camera, just it's a very distinct like
is it? Because
brand.
I've got some camera
I'll try and send you some pictures.
Well, I have I realized I can upload like 40 pictures back here, but for the show, I do have like at Campbell Lane, I've got some cameras from the red lights captured, but they're like the standard looking white. I would assume they're flock cameras, but I don't know. No, you know what I'm saying? So I want to unpack all that. But I did when I was looking at All Eyes map. I noticed she had the different layers that included cameras, and I was like, okay. So we got some exploring to do because I really want to figure out where'd they go.
Right.
How do you get out of that neighborhood without? Only clue you left was you were at the door. For real.
Yeah, and I the other thing I'll add is that there was a residential burglary that happened on I think it's like 5 minutes down the road from Nancy's house on the 11th, and it was at I think it was like 10:14 a.m. 10:15. That's the one, Salty, that I told you I requested from Pima County. I just got an email saying it's under review, but I want to know what vehicle might have been seen in that, and if it's the same as the one that we, this Kia Soul that we think we saw. I don't know. Maybe it's like, and I'm sure they're already looking into like area burglaries, assaults.
That's the report though coming in is that the February 11th is the date that and 10, like you said, 10:15 a.m. and that
January,
January. I said February, didn't I?
No, yeah,
January
you're good.
11th. So it was January 11th, which is also the date in question, if you will, right?
Hmm.
And
Yep.
also the date of the guy at the door picture, backpackless and gunless. And now,
Yes.
also that same date, we need you to look at cameras from that evening. And we also now have a burglary 5 minutes away that morning, all on January 11th. There's a
Right.
lot happening that day. Was it what was the moon phase that day? Gee whiz, we know it was the full moon when they came a calling for Miss Nancy. Lord
Yeah.
help us.
Yeah.
Lord, I,
I'm wondering
calendar
if, like,
moon. I mean, Jesus.
is it possible that they got the wrong house at first? They had some bad information or something, and
People have speculated that, Keith, especially because the gym guy is right next door, the
yeah,
alleged gym guy. And I know that that can be a very lucrative. I understand it's a very lucrative trade. I'm a rock girl. I get it. Um, you should see mine. Anyway, let's go on. Um, I got some pretty ones. I need new ones. But anyway, I feel like yeah, something's calling me, but I don't know what until I walk in there and look at them, and then it will call me when I walk in. Anyway,
hmm,
so anyway, it could have been the wrong house for various reasons, but she scared you so bad and you flipped out and done something you didn't mean to by harming her, and you decided the best option was to take her away to
yeah,
cover it up, go bury her somewhere, and that's the end of it, right?
and
That
maybe that
could very well be that damn simple.
maybe that would make a lot more sense as to why this burglary gone wrong theory was.
Keeps coming back into play,
Yeah,
in some
I
of
don't
the
know.
conversations. And if you look at it, Keith, when they're profiling, all the profilers kept profiling the guy at the door based on the theory he's there to burglarize. But that in the end would tell you, but burglary wasn't his intent. But you just profiled a burglarer who was not there with the intent to burglarize. That makes no sense,
Right.
right? First, we got to know what the guy's there before I can figure out how to profile him from your textbooks that you release.
Right.
Or I can give you my personal take on your hybrid people at the door, stalker types.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's crazy. All right, well, speaking of crazy people, let's continue with Brian's little report here on the sheriff who, let's see, do you think they'll get the 120,000 signatures, guys? I should do a poll. Y'all put a 1 if y'all think they'll get all the signatures needed for a recall vote. Will we get a recall vote? And then we'll see how that turns out. Okay. Uh-oh, I silenced you.
For their
Sorry.
agenda. They have a meeting tomorrow. So today is Monday, tomorrow is Tuesday, where in their executive session, it says
Okay, so this is the meeting that was being held today, guys, that he's explaining to you right now.
that they will be having a discussion regarding recently reported issues concerning Sheriff Nanos' work history and apparent related false statements and related personnel management, internal affairs investigations, or other issues in the department. Sorry, I forgot my glasses and this text is really small. So they're going to talk about Sheriff Nanos in executive session tomorrow. So I'll follow up on that tomorrow. It's kind of interesting because he's an elected official. I mean, the sheriff is elected. It's a powerful role anywhere, especially in Arizona. So it's not like the Board of Supervisors can just throw him out. But it's my understanding they do control the budget. So it's interesting that's going to be on their agenda tomorrow. But I want to get to this conversation that I had with Rick Castigar again. He was the chief deputy at the Pima County Sheriff's Office about all of the latest developments involving the Nancy Guthrie case.
Rick, it's nice to see you again. Thank you for joining me. Last time I saw you, I was riding around in your car, sort of getting.
Okay, one of you mods, please drop Brian's link in the chat as usual. We always do that for him. Y'all go sub up, and most of y'all already do. Go show him some love for his videos.
The lay of the land of Tucson. And then you were out of town for quite some time, and I'm interested to catch up with you and get your perspective on some of the things that have been happening for the last month or so. The first thing I wanted to ask you, Rick, is I was
You know what I need to do? I need to win the Florida lottery so I could get me one of them Sprinter vans and a producer named Allison. You get me? And here we go. All right.
Actually up last night kind of thinking about this. Why do you think we never really saw anyone searching for Nancy? I mean, there were initially, I remember they called in Bortak, like, I think it was like day one or two, very briefly, but there was never a big grid search. There was never like a coordinated search.
Well, I think that's a valid point, and one of the concerns that a lot of people have had related to the way this operation has been handled. And I think your viewers and you know full well I have some serious concerns. By the way, thanks for having me back. I appreciate the fact that you want to talk to me. And as you well know, I've been retired from the organization for a couple of years now, but I did serve there over 46 years, and I know the players intimately. That said, you're talking about a grid search. Initially, the case was handled as though this was an elderly woman who walked away from her home. That was the initial response for the first perhaps 18, 24 hours or so. And
For the first 18 hours at least, it was somebody walked away. But the sheriff the other day, remember, he said again, we knew from the beginning nobody's safe. And not, even if you're the Guthries, you don't think just because it happened to them, you're safe too. No, no, no.
Yeah, and I mean, if they're talking about the first 18 hours since they realized that she was gone, sure, but yeah,
No, even in those first 18 hours, they knew if there was legit blood on the front door. We saw the blood on the
right.
front porch. If there was any signs of somebody been in there, like the back door was wide open, say shits and giggles it was, or they did see a forced entry, then why would you just assume that's a walk away? Unless they assumed she really did fall down, possibly hit her head, and got up disoriented and walked away, not realizing she was even already at home. You know what I mean? That's all I guess that's all I can figure is maybe they thought that happened.
Yeah, and it's not like, we're not talking about like a runaway troubled teenager. We're talking about, an 84-year-old woman who's not known to just get up and say, I'm going to go start a new life in a new city and abandon. Right. That's not so. Just even the fact that she's missing alone tells you, it's probably voluntary.
It should have been right.
Or involuntary.
Involuntary, exactly. Should our first go-to when an elderly person is no longer in their home is assume it's a walk away with dementia or Alzheimer's, because that's not always going to be the case. It is for a lot of them, but either way doesn't matter. They're missing. They're missing, and we'll get to the why in a little while, because that's going to be important. But right at the moment, finding the missing is kind of the urgent thing, right?
Yeah, and I think that's like, if we ever get to see day one crime scene pictures, that would be something I'd be interested. Did they
absolutely.
Did they see like some damage on the door, or more blood on the wall or something like that that would suggest that some foul play happened and that an abduction occurred? But
Ashley Manville reported, we got to get a list together of, I got a list. She reported blood in the house, and then she's also reported, which we've heard pretty much from the beginning, but the blood pattern in the house, the spatter pattern from inside, it seems to match what we see outside as far as the drops, right?
Right.
Which would indicate an injury occurred in the house, but we don't know where. Living room, kitchen, bedroom would taken from her bed. Did they decide to injure her while still in her bed, that she was going to be such an opponent? We got to hurt her if we get her up. No, that's not, likely going to happen. Startling her. You're not going to go punch her while she's asleep, right?
Yeah, unless you're just, if you're crazy enough to abduct an 84-year-old woman, you might be crazy enough to do something.
Your intent. Well, it depends on your intent at that door. If you're there to kidnap her for ransom, or kidnap her because you're an obsessed stalker, if for whatever reason your intent's not going to be to set out to harm her. If
Right.
you're a burglar and she startles you while you're plundering, she wakes up. You got lucky and her fucking door was unlocked, just like her family allegedly told Banfield. Then a source allegedly tells Banfield the back door was wide open. Okay, let's go with that. 2 miles away, we got a bunch of prowlers in the night. We got a report of a burglary at 10:15 in the fucking morning.
Yep.
Broad daylight. Okay, let's go with that. So what do we
Right.
do? This guy's wandering around that night with all his gear on. I'm going to show them weirdos 2 miles away how this is really done. Just, ID me, right? So
Right.
he gets lucky, and Miss Nancy leaves her back door unlocked because she's just that older lady, trusting soul. I was raised to leave the door unlocked, the window open.
Yeah. Nothing ever happens around here, kind of thing.
Yeah, I'm safe. 50 years I've been here.
Right.
Nothing's ever happened. And she's just forgetful at this point. Some people are absent-minded, but very, very brilliant, but absent-minded. Do you know what I mean? About the little things. So anyway, so back door's unlocked. Miss Nancy goes to bed without her hearing aids, all the things. They come in the back door. They're plundering with their full backpack. Maybe they already robbed somebody else and their backpack was stuffed from that previous robbery. They just
Right.
what can I get in here too, kind of thing. I don't know. I'm just making it up as I go, y'all, because I keep remembering, oh, yeah, the backpack was full. Okay, well, now why? Because I already stole some shit. Okay, so go with me.
Yeah.
We're stealing Miss Nancy's stuff, and she gets up, goes to the bathroom or goes to the kitchen. She's thirsty. Boom, there you are. It's on. Do you
Right.
harm her in the kitchen? And then you panic because you just did what to an elderly lady? Not essayed, but you injured her while robbing her. Do you have time to stuff anything in your backpack before you got found out? Because we've not heard anything was stolen.
Right.
So
Maybe-
then what happened at that point, right? You panicked and took her?
Right.
I don't know where to go from there with that story.
Yeah. Like maybe she got fussy and then you used a little bit of force to get compliance and get her out of there.
I could
Yeah.
see that like in a kidnapping.
Yeah.
Okay. Like if Miss Nancy is like, just back in November, months before this happened, we see her dining in a restaurant with both of her daughters with a mixed drink at the table. Nancy wasn't an invalid. She was fine, right? Just give me my cane for balance. I'm fine. So what if she got feisty? What if she gets all the way to the door and she's like, hold on, you're literally not taking me out my own damn door. Feisty one last time.
Right.
We got to make you comply, like you said. Something happens. Maybe
And-
it happened at the threshold of the door, i.e. blood in the house. Could be just on the other side of that door for all we know.
Right.
And they force her out the door at that point. And that's why she's bleeding. I could go with that as well.
And if you're gonna, if it's a burglary gone wrong, if it's a burglary gone wrong, you've already walked up to the front porch 2 separate days now. The next one you've gotten so close that again you're not bothered by that because you have a mask on. You walk into the house to like take some stuff, fill up your backpack, and Nancy sees you, and your first reaction is, instead of just to get the hell out of there because you have a mask on and she's not gonna be able to recognize you.
Exactly.
You take her,
Right.
like
So look, weigh the pros and cons of what you're about to do, right? I know it's all
Right.
happening fast, but you are, like you said, you got a mask on. Is she even seeing you at this point? Right? Is she even
Yeah.
seeing what you look like to describe you? You got plenty. She's an older lady without her cane, or maybe she's got it because she's coming to the kitchen to get her water.
Mhm.
Okay. Maybe she went after him with the cane when she seen him in the kitchen, but he still got time to run right back out that open back door.
Yeah.
Then he came through, according to Banfield, it was unlocked, and he got lucky. So he came in, back doors open. Miss Nancy's attacking his ass. Get the hell out of my cane. He could have ran right off right then. End of situation.
Yeah. I'm gonna tell you this because it's past the statute of limitations and people learn and grow. But when I was a teenager and stuff, we would, we didn't hey Mister anyone. We would do what's called garage hopping, and we'd go and find open garages, and me and a couple friends would walk up, and I wish I could tell old me, I wish I could have a conversation with old me. And we go and there'd probably be a case of beer sitting on the ground in the garage, and we grab it and go throw it in the car and get out there and go to a party.
Leave that shit exposed.
Right. But if like some old man opened the door to the garage and said, "What the hell are you kids doing in my garage?" I'm not going to throw them in the car and then extort people for Bitcoin. Like that's just I don't know. That's also just something that just doesn't particularly add up to me. I don't know. It's just a weird thing.
And I'm sure that neighborhood's full of a lot of middle-aged elderly people, and there's probably a lot of targets within, and you're just walking around checking the doors. We see all the other guys like Nerdy Addicts pulling up all those videos from around the community, all these people walking up to the car doors and whatever, garbage, walking up to whatever, and they're just to see if it's unlocked. And that's what Banfield's theory is with this guy at the door. So if we're just going to go with he's a lucky criminal, we don't have a super high tech guy with a jammer in his pocket either.
Correct.
Right.
Yeah.
Again, why is the guy there? Helps. If we knew that, we could profile him better. Right.
Double, triple layered gloves, a bite light, all these other things. What it
looking
looks
all
like two-way
prepared
radios.
looking all prepared for a kidnapping, but not.
Right.
Come prepared just in case. I'm nothing if not prepared. He stole my line. He stole my life lessons. Look, hey, dude, I just thought about that. I always say I'm nothing if not prepared. There's no telling what you find in my backpack. I will survive. I will survive.
How do we know that backpack wasn't full of a mask, a wig, a change of clothes for her because they didn't want her to be, recognized by anyone going down the street?
That's damn. Hold on. I'm thinking, does this guy got his survival gear in his backpack? But you just said something I had not even thought about. Disguises for Miss Nancy.
Yeah, get her out of there.
What if if you happen to pass any of these fuckwad of cameras, you're covered. If you want to cross over to the border,
right,
do a turnstile.
Yep.
With a long-haired wig on, black hair maybe, gray.
Right.
What the heck, dude?
Or you're not gonna underestimate the inability at the border for them to see a face, right?
Or in the car, they're take this out, put this on. Nobody's thought about that. They all got that damn tarp stuck in their head.
How many abductions have we seen in the past where literally the reason these guys are caught is because they're seen in public
right now, or I should go change the title. Did they bring a disguise for Miss Nancy? Screw y'all's damn tarp in a backpack shit. Didn't never make sense. Okay, I'm sorry, dude. I like your theory much better. I can get behind it.
Right. I'm just thinking through I don't know. If they were gonna bring a tarp, a lot more would have happened in the house.
Okay, I don't understand why you would bring a tarp. I don't care why you're at the door. I can't make it fit to any of if you're there for a robbery, kidnapping, stalker. Why do you need a tarp when you can pick her up, carry her? 2 people could walk her out. There's a way we don't need a tarp unless we're about to do something really horrible to a person that would require containing the blood to, you know what I'm saying?
Right. And
horrible nefarious shit.
If that tarp gets left behind, congratulations. You have fibers on it from when you took it out of the packaging. You have fibers on it from being inside of your backpack that you've had your hands all over. There's just so many things there that it just doesn't make sense that that's
You're
a tarp.
introducing, like you just said, like Joseph Scott Morgan would say, you bringing that tarp in, you're introducing, as the perpetrator, now evidence into the crime scene.
Mm-hmm.
even if you're unknowingly doing it, right? What if a thread fell off? Like you said, well, we don't know if Nanos' voice would have seen it, but FBI might have. There's just a lot that could have
Right.
been. There's a lot of risk with doing that, but bringing a disguise for Nancy. Why would you need to bring that in the house? Do you make her put it on before you leave inside, or do you do it in the car? Why do you bring the whole backpack in the house? I never understood that part, but I like the disguise theory.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Happy, I think. I'm sorry, I just saw Happy's comment.
Yeah.
Is there just the one? I don't know. Is the one down by Rio Rico the only one like legal crossing? I know there's areas to get across down there, but they're not the legal pathways, I should say. But I don't know. Happy, that's a good question. But yeah, I don't know. I like the disguise theory.
Yeah, then maybe it's easier to get her changed inside than it is in the car. Weird stuff. I don't know.
Well, if you want to get her straight out of bed and she's in her pajamas and you know she's going to be in her pajamas, right? You're entering her home at 1:47 a.m. You're doing some funky shit out front with the camera.
Right.
You know she's going to be in her pajamas. Why not go ahead and take in what you want her to put on when she gets up? Because that way she don't got to change again. But then you get her bloody by accident when some shit went down at the door, maybe. But that's a good reason to bring it in, I think. Put this on the minute they get her up. Get her alert. Like that one guy who was an expert on kidnapping, he worked for the FBI and all this, but he himself had been a victim of a high profile like overseas kidnapping, right?
Yeah.
And somebody brought up all the 41 minutes in the house, but legit it was 41 minutes on the property situation. We're not sure of the exact amount of time in the house. If we go by 147 to 228, we can kind of guesstimate when things were happening and all this, but he said you'd be surprised at the amount of time spent talking between the kidnapper and the victim to give them commands. Do this, do that.
Right.
Put this on. Put this outfit on. Put this wig on. Do as I say. I can hurt your family. All the instructions of it all. Nancy's probably going, I need my hearing aids with her hands, and who knows how long all this took.
Right.
For that to happen, if
Yeah.
she needed these high-powered, because the article I read, they're all quoting, it just said Nancy had hearing aids, but every time I hear someone talk about it, they say powerful hearing aids, and they just emphasize it. And I'm like, we read the same freaking article, and I know what it said. I don't know how powerful they were. I don't know what number she kept them on as far as the volume level. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, well, and it's the same, the backpack. The backpack's from Walmart. The backpack is from Walmart. Walmart's cooperating in the investigation. If this person actually went, even with cash, and bought that backpack at Walmart, then they do deserve the label of being sloppy. Just all that stuff has to have been bought aftermarket, or again, maybe they burglarized a different house and took the stuff from there and are wearing it. I just don't buy that it was actually like purchased. There's too much.
It wouldn't have been purchased recently.
Right? Yeah, even recently.
Okay. Here's the thing: depending again on why that guy's at the door. If he's a burglar, he did not go purchase a new backpack to start pulling off burglaries.
Right.
In case he got lucky and found a back door unlocked. If I got a kidnapper who's planned to kidnap someone for ransom, legit, pretend the TMZ stuff doesn't exist in your mind. Poof, poof, gone. But they kidnapped her, and something went terribly wrong that night and blew the whole entire plan. And they bailed, right? Did something with their victim and took the hell off. But that took a lot of planning. There's no telling when that backpack was purchased or where. They don't have to be from Arizona to know Arizona.
Right.
Not even to know that particular crazy, weavy spaghetti bowl of a neighborhood. If you study it, Koberger didn't take him long at all, but a couple months. Tepe murders. The man marched across state lines and did it.
Yeah.
right up into their house. And all we can think of is he used floor plans he found online.
Yep. They have receipts of gas cans that Jodi Arias bought, so she wouldn't be
Yes.
caught traveling up to
She
Travis
didn't want to stop
Alexander.
and get gas, right?
Yep.
Right. Wasn't that the reason why?
Yeah.
She didn't want to stop at gas stations to get gas, so she just took gas with her.
They didn't. They didn't want. She didn't want the trail of her actually traveling from, I believe, Arizona up to Utah, if I remember correctly.
They'll do all kind of things to throw, but Arias is like a whole different. Why she's not like, she didn't plan all that for like months, stalkerish. That was like a ooh crazy chick shit. The guy at the door, I don't think he's there because if he's a stalker, he's there because he's got some things wrong upstairs. But
Yeah.
I mean,
Absolutely.
what about the backpack? That's crazy because Rachel says, I wonder if they do backpacks for the homeless community too. If they did, I'm sure, Rachel, that a lot of the officers will be aware of those programs because they'll probably turn a lot of the homeless onto them. They might recognize, what, they all have this backpack they get from the community center or whatever. Do you know what I mean? There would be like a notice, I think. I'm just saying, my kids, because I got a couple of kids, I'll hang on to backpacks. Sometimes I would have to tell myself, do you really need this backpack anymore? Right? Because I got like 3 now. They all got a new one. Now I got 3 backpacks because she didn't want hers and he didn't, whatever. Now I got 3 backpacks, but we might need to go to the beach tomorrow. So I'm going to save these backpacks. So guess
Right.
now I got 6 backpacks saved, y'all, and I don't even know why. Right? Now it's a thing. I'm telling y'all, it happens like that. I could have gave them away. I could have stuffed them into a bag with some clothes and sent it to a friend or a person. Hey, here, or I could have gave them away to the shelter for donations or whatever, to this where that secondhand purchasing or whatever. I could have done all these things, and there my items go out the door to the Goodwill. Right now, somebody's buying my kid's backpack. His JanSport backpack from last year is now on a guy's back at Nancy's front door.
Right. That's kind of like my point is, I'm sure Goodwill security has a lot more to focus on than a backpack that's been donated going
Hell
missing.
yeah,
I
they
could be
won't.
wrong, but I just, if you're going to steal a human, you might not purchase the backpack you're going to use to go
No,
steal that human. That was my,
especially not right away, right? So close to
right,
the time frame that it's going to get you caught because you just did it yesterday or
right.
last week. Or look, it's finally go time. Let's go get our suit together. Right?
Yeah.
Let's go buy our jacket now and
Yep.
our mask, our balaclava, and our backpack because we gotta have those.
Our abduction kit.
Our abduction kit now is 3 weeks away. We got to go do this, right?
Yep.
It's
Yeah.
not happening like that. I would hope not. Apparently, it didn't happen like that, right? Apparently, it did not happen like that. So this person apparently got it through a hand-me-down situation, or it could be their own. They've had stuffed in the fucking closet since college. Since
Yeah.
college,
Yeah.
10 years ago. I'm just guessing. I'm saying it could happen. Okay, I forgot we were watching Brian.
Yeah, we're good. Yeah.
We're having some conversation. Okay. I'm having coffee and crime conversation, my favorite. Thanks for joining me, Keith.
Yeah, this is fun.
That did involve a search. There were search and rescue components on the ground, some on foot, some on horseback, and of course the helicopter. That didn't really find anything, but as soon as the sheriff's department saw the initial evidence, and now we have the luxury 7 weeks out to understand what that is, it became very clear, at least to me, that this was a very sophisticated abduction. And when I use that word sophisticated, I don't use it lightly because the preparation that took place of the individual or individuals that committed this crime is evident in the video that we've seen. It's evident in the scene itself, and even the sheriff has concluded this was an abduction. That's not rocket science, but it's scary.
Right. He just said it's not rocket science, but I thought she walked away previously. Oh boy.
Yeah, absolutely. Good point.
It wasn't rocket science. Oh Lord. Okay.
Well, and again, the community cannot determine if it was a burglary gone wrong or an actual intentional abduction,
And I can't determine where I sit with Mr. Castigar yet, because the only one in the pocket can't be the one at the helm. It's a pass along situation. Let me just. Okay, we'll continue.
Because we don't know what the intent was initially. I have some guesses.
Oh,
And
wait a minute. Wait. We don't know what the intent was, but I have an idea. Oh Lord, that's a whole other show. Shit.
we're, getting back.
Go ahead.
I was just saying that, it's very evident what happened, but we don't know what the intent is. Like we know it's a very sophisticated abduction, but we don't know what their intent is.
Oh, I'm talking about a whole other intent.
Oh, okay.
I'm talking about his.
Oh, his. Okay.
His intent. It puzzles me at this point because of how long he sat in office and how long he knew of Nanos's reputation,
Mhm.
how long he didn't care, and how long he thought all the other officers that ever complained over the 40-year span were just lying. And then now all of a sudden he's got problems with Nanos, and he'll also explain where they had a falling out after years
Right.
of close friendship and vacationing together. So again, I ask you, who put Nanos in office and why, and who was there before him? Here you go.
Yep.
That's usually a passed along situation. And if nobody else liked him but did, and yet here he is still in office, what? Oh, see, I have a conspiracy brain too, y'all, but I'll look for facts. I'll continue to look.
To the grid idea, the grid search.
I know about those farmers that have certain videos about certain things going down, and they've shown it, and there's been one arrest. It's very nefarious activity out there. Some ranchers are, I said farmers, I meant ranchers. Farmers live somewhere else.
Itself, one of the things they want to do is look very carefully from the point of origin, which would have been her home, and perhaps any evidence that led 360 degrees around her home, footprints, articles of clothing, things she might have been carrying. Of course, then the next step would be, well, where would she logically go? Has she done this before? But as we became well aware, she had the mental faculties and sharpness of a much, much younger person.
When did that sink into them that only way she would have really legitimately walked away unaware of what she had done is if she fell and injured herself. But why is she at the door to fall and injure herself? We'll figure that out later, but right now that's what happened. She fell and injured herself. When did it sink into them? That had to be what happened because she has all her faculties. Right here we are. Miss Nancy's fine. I think the sheriff came out when y'all was it Monday or Sunday night? She went missing Saturday night overnight. It all happened Sunday morning. I think by Monday we were all aware of what was happening. What day did he come out and he was all like, she wandered away. When did he listen to the family that no, she didn't wander away? It's like that 38-year-old mom. The cops were like, well, did she just get tired of her life and peace out on her family? They're like, no, she would never do that. We're telling you something's wrong. They're like, well, we'll see. No, we got to stop doing that when somebody's reported missing.
Yes, and I think, the key would be Savannah and Annie, maybe even Tommaso going to Nanos and saying, I'm telling you right now, we know our mother she would have never just walked off and gotten in a car. By the way, same thing happened in Delphi the night those girls went missing. The Carroll County Sheriff just chalked it up to, well, they're teenage girls. They probably just ran off with some friends in there somewhere, and they called off the search. They called off the search dogs.
Keith is not making that up. Literally, that's what the detectives said. That when they got the report, these girls were missing, they did not. Law enforcement did not take it seriously from the family. They thought, I can't be there missing. They have to ran off. They'll show up.
Mm-hmm.
And somewhat around midnight, we'll call off the search because, it's cold and we're tired.
Yeah, I think it was at like 10 or 11, but neither here nor there. But just
we'll give them 11. We'll give
the spirit of it is just, we're just gonna they'll turn up or they ran off.
Let's just wait, everybody. Calm down. Take it home. Get some rest. Maybe they don't show up by morning. We'll get back out there.
It's just like, how about why don't instead we assume the worst and then be pleasantly surprised?
Exactly.
Like, let's give that a try for once in life.
Oh my God. You better bring me all. I'm going to call my daddy because I know he's got a bright spotlight I can borrow. We are about to get down and funky in the woods with the whole family. They all got the spotlights. I promise you, we was born and raised in these woods. We fools if we don't have them.
Yep. You think a little bit of cold in the night's gonna turn me away from finding my granddaughter?
My child? Oh my God!
No,
right?
I was born on an ice pond, so I'll be fine out there.
Bad about a family member, I'm not. But
no,
personally, I think a lot of us would know what that decision would be.
100%.
You couldn't force me away from the last known location if it was in the woods like that. Like at that point, they didn't know where the girls were, but that was where they were last, and it's in the woods. No, they could be lost. I'm going to keep hope all night long. They're just lost, right?
Yeah.
They got off the trail and they got turned around and they're just lost. We're going to find them, and I'm not leaving until I find them. Okay,
right.
Rant over.
Okay. I'm there with you.
Okay. We'll continue, guys. Thanks for joining us.
Family told investigators that up front, and the need for a ground search was put on the back burner. That's the way I see it, spiraling forward.
But even weeks later, or even now, and I think to Savannah's or the Guthrie family statement that just came out in the last 24 hours, and it's so sad, but they seem to be acknowledging that Nancy is probably not with us anymore. And I think most people have kind of sadly come to that reality. But why wouldn't you still do some kind of search? And maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you can tell me, you had so many years in law enforcement, but like, wouldn't you still do some kind of search to see if there's a grave, to see if there's a body somewhere? Or is it just too vast, the desert?
Well, to do it now would be difficult at best because the weather, wind, there's been rain here in this part of the country during the 7 weeks she's been missing, and that obscures anything you might find. But of course, you ask about a grave, but what would be the motivation of an individual to abduct her from her home and then take her somewhere, presumably with the intent to gain something, and we don't know what that is. A lot of us surmise it has to do with some financial gain. But what would...
Why would they take her, right? Because everybody's confused about they'd take her to cover that evidence up. They're like, well, they're all like, that could happen, but we ain't never heard of it. We can't really cite a percentage of cases where that happens. Just because, you know what I'm saying? It's weird.
Yeah, and I think like there's this investigative law enforcement vortex that there always has to be motive to something, and there should always be a default to some men just want to watch the world burn, and sometimes people do things because it's just sadistic and they don't have any regard for anything, and they necessarily don't want to get anything out of it other than making other people feel pain for them to feel better.
And I think that's a subject a lot of them don't really want to wrap their heads around.
Right.
They feel like it doesn't happen as often as it does happen,
Right.
I think, and because there's two, if it's not a robbery and SA, duh, there's two reasons for the person to disguise themselves and show up in the middle of the night for nefarious reasons, right?
Right.
They're gonna want something for her, or they want her. I'm not, and I don't know which one it is yet. It's wild. It's wild that they're all just, and a lot of, I haven't watched a lot of experts lately because I think they're all stumped at this point.
Hmm.
That's my latest conclusion. They're all stumped. And I
Yeah.
know why. I know why. Because you can't open yourself up and get tunnel vision out your way. Okay, whole other show.
Would be the purpose of burying her if she passed near the home. That doesn't make a lot of sense, and it's not a likely scenario. There's several others that you and I have explored that I've shared with you. I know that the sheriff's department has information they cannot reveal, and they will not, just to maintain the integrity of the case. But uh, ground searches were conducted, several of them considerably later than one would have hoped, because they found gloves, plural. They found a glove that belonged to somebody working at a nearby restaurant. And that kind
And that DNA didn't go match nothing in CODIS. So I don't even know how they got the name of that person's DNA. But anyway, I just thought I should tell y'all for transparency purposes. I took a walk today, and I have to walk past this large patch of woods. And on each end, it's like a corner lot, but there's like these big, massive old live oaks, right? And so I'm walking through there. It's all peaceful and I like it. I'm just like going to the little store right there. I'm going to chill a minute. I'm going to go home, whatever. And guess what I see on the ground as I'm walking up? Right there in the leaves. I didn't upload it. I forgot. I sent it to Butterfly because I needed advice. I found a set of black gloves, just like the ones they found in Arizona and like the assailant was wearing. Right there, right? So I says to her, should I call the number? Right? Should I turn this in? We got a good laugh. But that's how easy it is. I've walked that way so many times, right? Over the past couple months that I've moved. It's like the way I
Hmm.
walk on my walk. And I've never seen anything laying there ever. Like nothing. Anyway, today there was a pair of black gloves. I was like, huh. I backed up and I was like, is that really what I just thought I saw? And I was like, damn, it sure is. So I could not help but, of course, snap a picture of it.
Yeah.
But, so there were the quote unquote little local searches, I think, right there around her home. We don't know the perimeter. There was very, very, very early, the local station released one of their maps on a big screen, just like they did in Sebastian's case with our 2 mile radius search map, right? And you're like, oh, could you zoom in on it? Could you release that? I would like to literally look at that, right? I never got that in Sebastian Rogers' case either. Anyway, it was what it was. It's his search. And then the other search that he's talking about that came later when the FBI was canvassing all over the area is for anything that looked like maybe a fresh grave or unearthed dirt, anything, because we don't know what the hell y'all missed. That
Well, and
situation, right?
the theme of it is like, I get that he's saying like it doesn't make sense that she'd be buried in a shallow grave, but then it's like, well, to this day,
Right.
let alone day one, we don't know what happened. So, that boils down to we have to fucking try. We have to try
Right.
something,
Right. And
Um,
what if a guy flipped out? He's not playing with a full deck, and he didn't think nothing of a shallow grave near the home.
yeah. Oh,
Right.
I can't imagine a scenario where all of these experts, got on these major media outlets and said, well, this is the motive, this is likely the motive, this is probably the motive. And then when they catch this guy, he's going to say something messed up like, I just felt like it, or I thought it'd be funny, or something, something
Which one
crazy.
said what?
I wanted Savannah to be miserable or something like that. And it's like, yeah,
Well, yeah. When he says something, they're all going to go, is that mouth going to drop? Or some of them going to go, I called it, right? or is
Right.
there gonna be that few? Because there are some ones out there with very good theories, very good thoughts, and very good profiling skills. There are some that absolutely just read it out of a textbook, right? I can do the same.
Mm-hmm.
And just like Koberger, you want to clock him by what you know from a textbook, but I'm telling you, I call him the hybrid killer because he's different. He's different than what BTK was and what Bundy was, and your textbook tells you he should be. He's all that and then some, and you're going to find out when Ramsland, my prediction, is done.
Right.
That's my prediction. You got a different type of situation. This could be as simple as burglary gone wrong. Guy flipped out. He could have chose a shallow grave and then took off south of the border back where he came from. What if the guy does live across the border and it was routine to come through the turnstile with a backpack empty, go rob some loot a couple miles into town, 30 miles, 50 miles into town? What was it, 60 miles from the border near Rio Rico where Enton crossed back toward Nancy's? If I'm not mistaken, chat, was it like 60 miles, 50 to 60 miles? Would you travel that far in to where the nice houses are and take your chances on whatever happens, and then go back across the border with your backpack full of stuff? You could. Or
Yeah.
you can make your way down to South Tucson and at your granny's and chill and sell your loot on the street.
Yeah. Well, what's this new stuff that was dropped off at the house with the Cheryl? Oh, we were just talking about her name, and now I can't remember it.
Scheimlich, the signs.
Yeah, the signs.
Mm-hmm.
And like we have no idea who that is, right?
Right.
And it's like, what if it's kind of a BTK situation where they're like, hold on a second, I'm going to lead you into a better direction because like you're not, you guys are way off, and it's actually upsetting me because I'm not getting the fame that I need.
And people would say, in this case, why would these, abductors, kidnappers for ransom reach out to TMZ? Well, or the media, period, because they did reach out to local media first.
Right.
Well, the only thing I can think of, because that is weird, because most kidnappers, high profile, don't want any media and no cops. If we can do this, we're going to do that's how they want it, as far as history about that goes. But there are others who, like BTK and the smiley face killer, who did correspond with local media.
Yes.
And what are y'all doing? Right? This me, hello.
Right.
You're clocking the wrong dude in your articles. That's not me.
Yep.
Laughing at their profiling, right? Laughing at the profilers. Because
Right.
y'all ain't got it. What? And BTK was like, hold my beer each and every time.
Oh yeah, BTK was like, you guys are insulting my intelligence by assuming it's other people.
Yes. Exactly.
John Douglas wrote a book on BTK, and one of the biggest things was
that's my work, damn it, Keith. That's my work.
That's
is. What BTK was, right?
Yeah.
He was like, don't give somebody else credit for my work. The fuck?
Yeah. That could have also been a motivation for a plea,
Well, BTK was like, some of the writings that he did correspond, and the smiley face killer also alluded to something like that, especially if they felt the media or the police were going down the wrong road, or give somebody like a different profile come on the news of what the offender may be or whatever, even like another suspect name come up or something or whatever, they would become offended. Like, no, that's me that did that, right? And not, how dare you? It's weird, and look at Rex Heuermann, how long that dude got away with what he was doing, but while watching every bit of it, researching his own weird stuff about him. It's crazy.
Yeah. Black Dahlia was the same way. Letters with the different, different magazine clippings. I just wonder if there might be an element to that. I don't know. I just want.
Yes, there is. Could be.
Yeah, and then you mentioned like why go to the local media and then eventually TMZ picking it up.
Yeah.
I think we talked about that last time. Where my thing is, if you're able to say send Bitcoin to this account, and on a national level, the FBI can't even trace that. I'm pretty sure you have the capability of finding Savannah Guthrie or Annie or Tommaso's, private contact information and handling that one-on-one with them. Or at the very least, again, leaving a note behind, like we saw in John Bonet, something along the lines of that, where it wasn't, no one knew about it until the victims actually publicized it,
Yeah, and Dolphin brought that up to me as well, my friend Dolphin,
Right.
about the letter with John Bonet, right? We like, what?
Right.
Why not leave something at the bedside or in Nancy's kitchen? The nightstand in the bedroom or on the kitchen table or anywhere in the damn house. I don't care. I got your mom. Here's what you better do if you want her.
Right.
Nobody else but law enforcement and the family who came to check on her eventually, however that came to be, they would know, if they took Nancy for kidnapping in that nature, they're going to know that someone's going to notice this lady's not responding by phone or text, right? She's got a family and friends. They probably know her routine. So say nobody from church got concerned. By Monday, would Annie have gotten concerned? I never did hear from mom on Sunday. Tommaso, it's fucking Monday morning. I never did hear from mom yesterday. I better ride over there after I do my errands.
Yep.
Right? I mean, it could take a little bit. I don't know. I'm just saying you could have left something in there. And when they
Right.
got there and discovered she's missing, they would find your communication. And your intent would be to keep that lady alive and healthy, right? Because
You would think so.
you would think so. But I'm saying that it could have also been an accident that occurred, right? That now we can't even do this exchange because they're not going to send me money if I can't send a proof of life.
Mm-hmm.
Which that makes me so confused. If I go with the TMZ, or no, don't do that to yourself. The letter to the local news station, the very first ransom letter, if that would be legit, why would they do that, right? Instead of leaving a letter at the house or reaching out privately to law enforcement or even to Savannah versus reaching out to it's not like a serial killer situation, because Happy Face Killer and BTK were serial killers. They weren't ransom for kidnap guys.
Right.
So there was a different profile, right? Different intent for being at the damn door.
Different mindset. Yeah.
Yeah.
That doesn't make sense. Apparently, there's some association between other evidence and an Uber driver. I know that they've interviewed you.
Okay, he's going to be super confusing. I think Brian realizes it but doesn't correct him. I don't know. He's saying an Uber driver, but he's not talking about the Uber driver that picked up Nancy. He's referring to Carlos, who's the delivery driver, right? Remember Carlos, the first rated guy? He was a delivery driver. But he's going to continue to say Uber driver, and it's like, what? No.
Reported at one point, the FBI SRT team went out and interacted with somebody who was an Uber driver. That didn't produce anything concrete. And they've taken steps to be as careful as possible. But as you've heard from me before, I don't think the right things were done initially. And I think the outcome, it may or may not have changed if certain things were done initially. Regardless, they're still pursuing this, albeit a much smaller investigative entity, but they're still pursuing this.
You mentioned things that they're holding back, law enforcement. I know you don't work there anymore, but you did work there for more than 40 years, which is amazing, by the way. Do you think that there's a lot they're holding back? Because I've kind of struggled with that. Like, do you think there's things that they saw inside the house, like big, details that they are specifically not telling the public? Or do you think by this point that stuff would have gotten out?
Well, I think a lot of it has gotten out, but you say big details, and that's kind of a subjective term, what big means. But the purpose of withholding information on a case is so that the investigators, when they do have a person in custody, and let me take the example of this Uber driver, the guy that the FBI went and talked to. They have information that only the bad guy would know, or perhaps the family. And that has to be withheld, because if at some future point we discover
They had only information the bad guy would know or the family, and it's the Go Raid Carlos. Word salad. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
Carl's going, I don't even know who she is. I don't even know who she. Luke too, right? He's like, I didn't know
Right,
until like,
Luke. People gave Luke hell, and I'm like, dude, y'all, Luke just trying to change his life. Shit.
and you know what? You can have some things going on in your life, and you can make some really poor decisions, and it does not mean you abducted an old lady from her home,
Amen.
right?
Lord help us. No, it don't. There's a
'Cause-
lot. Yeah.
Because by that logic, I think JLR should be thoroughly investigated.
Oh my God. Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Innocent until, but allegedly. But yes.
Why
Fair
isn't he a
fair.
POI? He revisited the scene multiple times.
Multiple. Ooh. Ouch. Multiple. And there's multiple. I wonder if we can get 404B evidence entered. Past crimes.
Mm-hmm. Violence against women.
Talk about character and all that. And
Mm-hmm.
some of the defense attorneys like, no, we don't like that. That doesn't, shed good light on my client. We're like, that's the point. Not our fault. The rap sheet's 10 miles long.
Well, and I don't mean to bring this back up to Delphi, but I dug a little bit of dirt up on Rod Abrams and how he, attacked his mom's boyfriend in the middle of the woods with the knife by a
hell.
Longhorn Steakhouse. And you know who hasn't done that before in their past? Richard Allen. And so I think like if it's supplemental to say this person has the mens rea, the capable mind. What's that? Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, you're good. You're good. All right, I'm going to hit play again, guys.
Oh yeah, sorry.
who committed this
you're good.
crime, there are ways to interrogate that person and try and deem specifics that only that person would know.
Right.
And then that adds credibility to that person's story. There are somebody in an interview with me one time called them clowns, and I think that's probably the perfect description. But there are individuals out there who purport to be the ones who did the crime, but they don't have the level of detail that law enforcement is withholding, and it can be easily disproved that somebody's come forward and said,
They don't tell us everything in case somebody comes up here and fake confesses and says, well, I did this. And they're going to go, oh, how did you do that? Well, I shot her. And they know, well, there was no gun involved, right? Whatever. That's what he's saying they're holding back the information for, which there are going to be things that only the perpetrator is going to know, right? And you can use that in interrogation when you do apprehend a person that you can interrogate. You could use that one fact that the media doesn't know about yet, right? That could be super important. But the reason is I feel like they keep dumbing down a lot of things about true crime, and even some of the interviews I've watched, I'm like, what? Even that Banfield and what's his name? I was like, wow,
Vinny.
The Gray Hughes.
Oh yeah,
Ashley Banfield, Gray Hughes collaboration thingy I watched. Like these two actually think that. Okay, we'll get there eventually.
something and it's not valid. And that's really the reason,
They irritated me. That's all I'm going to say.
critical reason. And then of course you've got, if and when this ever went to a court, you have to be able to prove what information that person has and what you know. DNA is a classic, serious piece of evidence today. It didn't exist when I started out as a foot cop, but it does today. And that has expanded beyond just the actual DNA and somebody to compare it to. It's now gone beyond familial relationships.
I think they should probably had spent some time and effort and money to educate their own sheriff about DNA and how it works and their cooperation level with other labs and what that really means. Before they
Yeah,
let him before he was allowed to go publicly speak about it, right? Like,
right.
how
Or
come
maybe
they all know stuff that the sheriff don't, right? Why is that allowed?
why are we turning the scene of a crime back over to the family? Like that.
And none of them bothered. I wonder if like this guy or any of them caught wind of that day 2 or 3 or whatever and was like, damn, that was fast. And but if they thought that, did they say to Nanos, hey man, you think you should have released that crime scene already? Oh, it'll be fine, it'll be fine. What the fuck you talking about? Because we're
Yeah,
gonna find out how arrogant this man is. Don't you dare ask me if I released that crime scene too soon. Right? How
and
dare you?
you can't claim ignorance. You've been at this for
How long?
decades, and you're big man on campus. You're responsible no matter you're responsible no matter what. It's like in the Afro Man trial, every single one of those deputies that raided his house that handled the cash, they
Yeah.
could not recite the procedure to securing cash as evidence. And like the ultimate question was like, okay, are you really that ignorant and are you really that not well trained in your job, or did you take the cash and you're trying to make it seem like you didn't know any better about the protocol of like seizing evidence in a freaking evidence bag? We saw that in like Karen
And that's
Reed.
not okay, right?
Yeah.
Right. Like we're supposed to be like, oh, that's okay. We get it. Like red Solo cups. Is that where you were going to go with that?
Yes, that
You
said the
know,
ends justify the means. It's like, no, it doesn't, because there's
no,
procedure.
no. Let's figure this out, man. How do we do this the right way to get this blood out of the snow, or what's going on here? Solo cups sounds perfect. We could have put a little more thought into it. It might have been perfect in the end, but I'm thinking maybe not the best solution. Probably could have come up with something better. Like, does the hospital have something they would normally freeze or keep something very cold in? I
Right.
don't know, like medications. I used to know somebody who did this for a living. They would run medications from like the airport,
Mhm.
right,
Mhm.
out to the rural hospital, and they would be like, she jokingly called herself a drug runner because she had these prescription drugs and medications that needed to go to the pharmacies, right? But there was a lot of like insulin, different things like that, all kind of things that have to stay cold and they
Mhm.
have packaging. We could have called it to a pharmacy and got something like that, man.
That, or said, hey, we don't have a lot of this kind of stuff happen in our community, so we're going to
Right.
get the freaking FBI out here as fast as possible.
Right. They might have something.
Yeah. And like, again, like in the Afroman case, like the Adams County Sheriff, they said that they secured the cash in a different container than the one they're normally supposed to, because they didn't have any in their car. And the ultimate question is, hold on a second, you're going to a raid where you suspect, in your warrant it says that you're going to seize drugs and cash, and you don't bring the proper items to secure that. That's just, it's a malpractice, first of all. But second of all, like, are we really, we got into law enforcement and we got into this kind of thing to be that sloppy? And it kind of ties back to this, just some of the decisions that were made. And that's when the Guthrie family kept reaching out and saying, like, someone knows something.
Yeah.
We're hoping that you have you're able to at least give us back to her, dead or alive. And then you time that with, oh, we found a glove that possibly matches the glove that was on this guy's hand 2 miles down the road. And that's what I love so much about the videos, that when you were doing that, you go, what's wrong with the DNA that's in the house?
I know that's it was so bothering me,
No.
right?
Right.
Because it's true. Why were we so hyper vigilant about that 2 mile away stuff? What's wrong with that DNA in the house you found? You said you had, and then we find out later what apparently there is something very wrong with that DNA from in the house, right? It's a mixture. Well, like I've
Right.
said here about that, I've read the document in the Idaho 4 about the sheath and the mixture that was found there, and how they couldn't tell me the third mixture, which happened to be a male partial. They could not tell us if it was 100% Koberger's or not. But the single source DNA on the snap was Koberger. The mixture was three: two female, a male. The two females were Kaylee and Maddie. The third was obviously Koberger, unless we're going to insert mystery person, which fine, we will. But Koberger's the only one that knows that mystery person's name and doesn't want to give it the fuck up, so that's on him. So I'm going to say that third unknown male is Koberger's, but it was in the documents, it was a whole thing with Ann Taylor. They could
Right.
not walk into court and use that piece of evidence, right? Because they couldn't say that was his blood on there. The state couldn't 100% say that. And they
Mhm.
also couldn't say it wasn't either, for Ann Taylor's benefit. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It
Yep.
didn't benefit either side to have that piece of evidence introduced, because neither side knew who the hell for certain that it belonged to Koberger or not. But yet the single source on the snap definitely belonged to Brian Koberger. So
Right.
chances are that partial was his too, right? The blood because their blood was found on the sheath, and that's where the mixture came from. So that's where, that could be the problem they're having there, is what I'm thinking. Is that
And
I need to find that document where that's at and read it, because if that's the
Right.
problem, then how do we do an IgG panel on this partial if we don't even have enough to say 100% who the person is? Or could we at least build back a little bit on a partial like that? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Which would probably take longer.
Right. And if that other partial is a completely separate male, and they nab Koberger first, why wouldn't they cut him some kind of deal to
It
rat that
wasn't
other guy out?
matter.
You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
exactly. Right. And so, for Ann Taylor's, there's no way Ann Taylor was going to walk into court and be able to submit to the court and to the jury that
Mhm.
my client did not do this, because even though you found that's his DNA on the snap, and that is
Mhm.
allegedly his car you will see multiple times. Those are allegedly his phone records. All of this alleged. But this little mixture here where the blood of the victims is located, you can't prove that's my client's.
Right. Right.
But then the state can't come in there and prove that it isn't her client's. You know what I mean? That was the problem with that DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, but that would have never been enough for her to win anything on. She tried.
Yeah.
It's not even coming into court, ma'am. Go sit down. Quit worrying yourself with that.
Right. Well, she probably thinks there's jurors out there that are going to go, well, they
Oh,
can
yeah.
they can confirm
No,
it's
she had
male.
every right to do it, right?
Yeah.
Because what that actually did, Keith, was give us reasonable doubt of a second actor being
Right.
involved, maybe, because that doesn't dispute his DNA is also there, right, on the same sheath. But is
Yep.
there a second individuals on the sheath? Now, who is the second individual? That doesn't prove to me that wasn't your client, ma'am. Now I'm your prosecutor, right?
Correct.
A minute ago, I was a defense attorney. You can't prove that's my client. Ha ha. I'm like, wait a minute, ma'am.
Also, congratulations. You just proved that, if there's two people involved, it would make a lot more sense how two people can go in there and unalive four people as opposed to one person and get out of there in a timely manner. So, it's still him in the picture.
Exactly. Oh yeah, I've always known that part. I can't
Right.
let that part escape me, man. Come on, it's black and white,
Right.
right? I did it. I'm not under distress. I'm not under duress. I'm not on medication. I'm not forced to take medication from a strange lady in the back. Nothing's happened. I did it like a fucking robot. That's Brian Koberger, right? And unless somebody can come and give me a solid theory on why he would do that, I'm willing to listen if you got a legitimate one, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because really, because he's scared of Mommy didn't want the death penalty. She didn't like it. It's on record. We'll look it up.
And DNA databanks.
Mommy said, "You cannot have the death penalty, son. I'm freaking out. You're about to go to trial. They're going to put you to death." He said, "Yes, ma'am, Mama."
Well, that sorry, just real quick. If you look at the FBI files on Dahmer, there was actually like a very kind of similar situation where Dahmer did not confess to a couple additional homicides in like Ohio, actually, right when he was going to Ohio State, because that I don't know what the rules were, but it would have made him eligible. So just something to keep in mind. It's just interesting, the relation, you know.
Well, Kohberger's mom actually wrote about the death penalty. She also wrote about how she didn't feel it was fair or warranted for Bundy to receive the death penalty in my home state of Florida. There's a whole lot. Her and her daughter really had a lot of empathy for Sandy Hook and wrote about it. Yeah, there's a whole lot to unpack there.
Yeah, I wonder why Brian turned out the way that he did.
Yeah, she didn't like the death penalty. I'm telling you, what would have stopped that dude from... Brian Kohberger was set to go to trial and do what that dude lived to do other than what he did in that house. Challenge them until that he couldn't challenge them anymore on every legal thing he could slap against the wall, because that's his jams. I am a criminology major, and I am a criminologist, and y'all are about to find out. He was
Also
set for it until Mama said, "They're going to give you the death penalty, son, and I can't take it." That's my theory, and I'm sticking to it.
Well, and also he, you know, being the criminologist that he was, he probably knows tooth and nail what goes on in those prisons, and he's like, "Well,
thank you." Oh, so stop. Hold the presses. Ding, 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 ding. My man is the first one to put that together with me. Thank you. There you go. He should have known about certain things in prison. And what is the first thing he did, Keith, when he got behind bars? One of the very first things this guy started doing.
Crying, right? Yeah.
About a system he should have already been aware of. How is he there to go? Now he's going to rock the boat, baby, from the jail because he couldn't do it in the courtroom. Hold my beer. I'm not done yet. Give me a minute. Let me accolade myself. The vent people are a little much at the moment. He's quiet right now.
Yep.
Maybe things aren't good, you know, upstairs at the moment. We'll figure when they do get good. Watch what happens. Or my prediction was he'll become one of those legal prison lawyers for the other inmates and help them write their appeals and shit. Yes, that's my prediction. Okay.
Yeah.
Here we go.
That have close enough information to steer investigators toward some narrower scope. I believe that they have that. I believe they have some DNA that it can't be compared to an individual because they don't have the individual, or that individual had never been arrested for a serious enough crime for the DNA to be in the database. But they've got something that might tie into family level and draw investigators toward singling out who may have done this.
So based on all your experience, and you mentioned, I mean, there are things that you don't know, there are things we don't know, but based on all your experience, what is your theory now? I mean, because I talked to you early on, is there one hypothesis you have based on the facts that we know?
Here's a couple of things, and I'm going to take us, if you don't mind, Brian, through the chronology of what happened and what we know.
Oh, God. He just asked if you had a theory, one theory, because we all know what happened, chronological. What the hell? I can't take it anymore. I'm about to fast forward him through this. Hold on.
One of the first critical things we saw was blood on the porch.
Yes.
And I think your team reported that. Secondarily, the FBI gets involved, thank goodness, and we see that there was a video camera that did record an incident. A suspicious or an individual who covered his identity walked up. If you watch that video carefully, you'll see him approach slowly and with his right shoulder toward the camera and his turning to his left with his head.
Okay, so he makes logical sense here about what he's talking about when the guy's down there getting his weeds, his vine. Excuse me, sir, your vine. This very flexible, by the way. Somebody in chat told me one night what that was called, the exact name of that plant. Anyway, I noticed how flexible and thick that vine kind of was toward the end, but as you go upward, it thins, right? It gets thinner. And he's noticing how the guy appears to come when he comes up with that vine in the video. He kind of looks back over his shoulder. We can all see him do that. But the thing about that is I'm like, as he nodding to somebody, I'm just going to try this vine, right, to get to this camera. Or did he hear something and turn like a coyote or a javelina ran by? You know what I mean? Javelina could have come scurrying by and he turned around and looked real quick and nothing and just went on about his business. Or it could have been nodding to his partner sitting out there in a car. We don't know. Do y'all know what I'm talking about in that part of that video?
Yeah.
Where he appears to look back. Do you get the impression he's looking at something or just someone on purpose, or that he might just be hearing a noise and he's reacting to that, right?
I think it's that, like, he's got to be hyper vigilant, right?
Super hyper vigilant,
he's
right?
Like in the moment, and he's probably like, you know, it could have been something that he walked by and like maybe knocked it a little bit, and then it finally fell over, and he looked and like it wasn't like he jolted though, like he wasn't.
No, and because he's up at the camera and he can't get it off,
right?
With his hands. And then he turns around and he looks down. There's nothing to the left there at the foyer thingy. And he goes out to the vine. But when he bends over and when he comes up with the vine and he goes to turn back around to go back toward the door, he looks back toward that driveway at that moment. But that's the thing. I don't know if he's looking at somebody or if he heard something.
Right? Yeah, maybe he's looking for something. Maybe he's looking for something better to take the camera off with. You know,
I don't know. It happened like it was like a notice. It was either a nod, because I'll have to play it again, but it was a nod like, I'm going to use this vine, or he was reacting to a noise he heard. Something caught his attention, or he purposefully was looking in that direction. That's one of the two. And I'm like, I don't know which one for sure that I'm feeling yet. You know what I mean? But
right.
I don't know what he's about to do, break down some shit.
That tells me he knew where the camera was. That tells me that perhaps this, and that's when I underscore the word sophistication, that this individual had that information in his mind when he walked up to that front porch. He slumps forward, kind of buries his head into his left shoulder.
Okay, just mention sophistication. Note that in your notepad.
Walks towards the camera, slowly puts the glove up, turns around, picks up some brush, apparently, in the porch in front, and then puts it in front of the camera again, covering it with his glove and his brush. That's preparatory work.
Hey guys, I was in Arizona for almost a month and a half, and my eating habits, they were not great. There was so much good Mexican food, and I found myself eating late. So head to factormeals.com.
People don't walk up to porches knowing where cameras are. They don't walk up to porches hiding their identity and taking the level of sophistication this guy took to cover himself up. He wore multiple gloves on his hands. I think I can see that. There's some suggestion he had a jammer. A radio frequency jammer in his pocket as he walks up. That was highlighted at some point in the evidence. So my theory is
this guy's sophisticated and got his jammer and his backpack equipment, got all of that. And then you go and insert Ashley Banfield's theory that the guy got lucky and the back door was unlocked with all of his gear here. He's got his jammer walking through the neighborhood. Because she said it was a jammer too, you know. I mean, she's talked about the jammer and all that. So if she's going with this guy's got a jammer in his pocket, and that's why everybody's like losing internet through the neighborhood as he weaves through the darkness, right? Every couple of houses are they're getting jammed as he's passing by with this little remote thingy in his pocket. Wow, they got bigger imaginations than we do, man.
Yeah, well, then he says people don't walk up to porches knowing where cameras are. And it's like, well, you know, if you take into consideration the fact that he was there 2 days prior, not just that, but also, you know, you can walk up and you know where like a Ring doorbell camera is. It typically replaces where a doorbell commonly on a door is. So I just think that's maybe like a bit of a stretch to add that in. Like, oh, well, people don't just know where cameras are. I don't know. It's pretty common for, you know, that camera to be in that location.
They should expect there might be one, right?
In this day and age, yeah.
He's got the mask, so there was a purpose for messing with the camera at all. we got to take that into first consideration. There was no other reason to mess with that camera. You are covered up. You are good. We cannot describe you, right?
Right. Right.
And plus, you got other cameras around the property that are untouched, I might add, on the guest house, untouched. And so you say you entered in the back door, that's your MO. But you don't see the cameras back there. Or you may have smashed a light as well to keep it dark. I don't know. It's a lot, right? But there's a lot we get it. It's obvious someone took her for nefarious reasons. They just don't know what it is. Now I want him to hurry up, because the whole point of watching him
Yep.
is to hear the shit he says about Nanos.
Followed based on what I'm seeing. This was planned, and I believe it was planned not as a sole individual, but probably a couple of people. And she was abducted. Know that she needed specific drugs, and she had that ability. Only for ransom or harboring her someplace in Mexico, and we've seen that happen. Conclusion of this. Will we discover? I don't know. That DNA is going to be critical. Right now, there have been thousands of tips that were called in to both. The case is active and alive. If they've got thousands, and this is not a cold case.
Okay.
It's an active
God
case.
dang.
Right.
And when I was on the ground for 42 days, the sense that I got from people that
The level of sophistication, as I've said several times, itself to other time frames other than the
2733, Salty.
and the Guthrie family actually put that date in their latest
For Nanos.
33.
Yes, ma'am.
Now let me get this. Let me make this where I could see. Hold on. Thank you. Because I did not timestamp it earlier to just hit Nanos. So thank you.
You're good.
I got 2731. Let's see. Let's see.
close to those things. I'm sure they're looking at that. Smart investigators would be looking at that.
I'll slow it back
How
down.
long have you known Sheriff Nanos?
Well, his entire career. And back in 1984, when he began, I was probably a patrol sergeant, and we didn't interact. Later in his career, I got promoted, he got promoted, and of course, the leadership roles of the organization changed. And as I told you before, he worked for me the majority of his career. And so I know him. What I was told is he's a bully by many people who would come to me and personally relate, look, Rick, the guy works for you, he's patronizing you, but he's a bully to all of his subordinates. I didn't believe that.
What? See, they would come to him and tell him that. And he's like, I didn't believe that. How many times did they come to him and say that? And why would he just automatically blow it off as, well, that's just them showing their ass?
I got a feeling that was kind of like a middle manager. Someone comes to complain and they go, you know what? I don't have time for this. You guys need to figure this out.
But what if you're getting multiple complaints like
Right.
about this one person? And it sounds like he heard it more than once. So
Right.
after a minute, is this guy just kissing my ass, right?
Right.
And these guys are on the street with him. They're walking the beat with him. They know something I don't know. And then what does he got to decide? Well, I just don't care. We need Nanos, and we need him for certain things. It's all good. He follows me around.
Right.
Until I went to work for him, until he became the sheriff and I was his number two.
Oh,
And then I became strongly aware of the type of egocentric individual he is.
okay. So when he was the boss, he didn't believe people when they complained about Nanos. Now, Nanos is the boss, and he works under Nanos, right? And now he sees what they all see. Is that what he just said?
That's what it sounds like to me.
Okay. He saw the light. He saw the light.
Oh.
All right.
Vindictive he is,
He's
and
vindictive.
how vain he is. And actually, his vanity is one of the first things that became so evident to this nation and the world as he's out there, talking to anybody and everybody that he could, instead of coordinating with the FBI and perhaps ensuring that the proper collaboration of investigators in this valley got together and started to rethink the evidence that they had. One person's idea, and I'll use myself as an example. You've asked me what my theory is, and that's mine. But if I were to sit down with another learned individual in investigative work and walk through all the elements of the evidence, he and I or she and I could bounce off of each other ideas and concept. One mind is much, much stronger, greater, and or excuse me, two is much greater than one, three, and so forth. And what I'm troubled by this investigation is that the sheriff took this to we're in charge, we're it, we don't need anybody's help, so be it. That's sad because there are other points of view and other levels of talent that could have been brought into this earlier. Would that make a difference to where we're at today? Perhaps not, but it's still not the right way to conduct a police investigation of this nature.
Yeah, and I just want to understand better because you have such a unique perspective on the sheriff just because of your history. You know, we've talked to other people who worked for him a little bit or knew him a little bit. I mean, you have a long history with the sheriff.
I do.
I mean, you worked with him for 40 years
Yeah,
and you were his boss for how long?
probably 37 of that 40.
So you were his boss for 37 years and then he ran for sheriff.
Well, here's what happened, and a lot of people don't know this. And I was reading a story today where Chris said the former sheriff wanted him to be the new sheriff. I'm the one who went to the former sheriff and said, "This is your guy." Not that I'm trying to take credit for it. As a matter of fact, I regret doing that. I regret it because it has made the organization that I came from, that I grew up in, that I was so proud of, much less capable.
So you
And
liked him though, obviously.
I did.
Yeah.
I did. I did. And as I told you, some weeks ago, at the time that the former sheriff asked me to run, my dad had Alzheimer's, my mom had COPD, or she was actually in hospice care. So I was kind of raising my parents, as many of us of my age do, and I couldn't do it. So Chris was and I remember the former sheriff saying this, "I don't care for him." That's exactly his words. I don't want him to take over the organization that former sheriff developed. And Chris will tell you to his face and probably call me a liar, but he wasn't the first choice. And it's egocentric for me to say it, but it's the truth. I was, and I couldn't, and I regret the fact that I supported him because there are other people within the organization that could have, and I believe would be more fair-handed in the way they deal with others and their own team.
So what, I mean, God, it's like just talking about seeing it when it's way too late, right? It doesn't make any sense. And the ego this sheriff has with everybody. Brian calling him out, laugh out loud, right? He didn't like that, did he, Butterfly? Even when Brian Enton goes to interview Sheriff Nanos, he's like, "Yo, I got questions for you, Brian Enton, about what you report about me," right? It's like instead of having a conversation about what you reported on, here's what I would like to respond to that. It comes out all this weird way. So it was obvious to a lot of us that something was up with this guy and the way he spoke to people before we knew stuff about him.
Yeah. On top of, his passionate that the family are victims, are cleared. We're not going to talk about that anymore, even though we don't know what's going on with Nancy. But so this guy's been working for you for 37 years. And you don't notice that he's got an ego or that he's vain or anything, nothing, no
red flags, right?
No evidence at all. You have to have had conversations with him and stuff. And then I loved Enton was like, okay, so you recommended him, and then he defaulted to the Pima County victim card of my family member had something going on, and that's why I made a poor decision. Did you notice that?
Yeah.
Like, I wish he would have said my brother died, and that would have
No,
been so poetic.
well, he had to do what many of us have to do. We had to go take care of his own parents.
Right. And then we
Right,
still are
so-
held accountable to making good decisions at work.
Right, exactly.
know.
We still have to keep it together and do all the things, right? And try to get everything squared away so we can do what we got to do. So he's going to use something like that. Like, Nanos, oh, I was emotional because my brother passed. Well, we get
Right.
that, and we could actually understand that, but maybe you should have not came out and spoke for a few days. Had a PR person come out and do it.
Mhm.
The public, information officer for the department or whatever could have handled it for you,
Yeah.
and we would have understood.
State police, FBI.
But
you
going
name it.
back to everybody's wondering why this guy after 37 years wouldn't have noticed the red flags, right? And I have to wonder, was Nanos a handoff situation? Because Nanos will do anything to have my position.
Right.
Once I'm not there, I got to go take care of my parents. I can't do this for you guys, but Nanos can. We trained him well, remember?
Mhm.
Remember?
So you supported him, he won, and then you went from being his boss to becoming his number 2.
Yeah, what happened is when he won the election, he and I had lunch, and I helped him during his campaign, both financially and physically during his campaign. And we went to lunch, and he says, "Look, I've won. The election's over with. I'd like you to come and be my chief deputy." That's what it's called here. I was flattered, and I agreed to do that. I don't know if I told you this, and I don't know if I can say this 4-letter word I'm about to say on this podcast for you, but day one, when we're all sitting around the table, when Chris Nanos is the sheriff, he said, "I am going to micromanage the shit out of you guys." That was the exact quote. And
What? As soon as he comes on board, he lets them all know, "I'm going to micromanage the shit out of all of you guys." Like, where did that come from, right? Like, this guy's been their buddy for a lot of them for a long, long time. A lot of them now they're underneath him as far as employment. That's their boss now. They used to work right alongside of him. I'm going to micromanage the shit out of all of y'all. Well, coming in with a bang, aren't we?
Right. It's almost like this. Rick's trying to apply like the new sheriff in town, and that would
Right.
make sense. But not if it's someone you've known for damn near 40 years, you
That's
know?
aggressive, right?
Yeah, that's crazy.
So fucking aggressive to come in. I could see coming in and trying to make those new guys, those young bucks, get a grip on what's about to happen here. But no, like, I'm gonna micromanage. What does that even mean, sir? You're
Right.
gonna micromanage everyone. Oh, he means, well, if I have a beef with any of y'all in any kind of way, I'm going to take you off duty and put you on some kind of weird other assignment.
Yeah, you'll be out. You'll be
Right.
fall in line, or you'll be out.
I don't care how good you are at your job. I need you to go now answer some phones about some missing water hoses instead. Okay. Ugh. I'd have had to go home and talk to my spouse about a serious life decision. Do we need to move? Because I'm about to fuck. Fuck. Water hoses? What the hell?
was stunned that he laid a foundation that he wouldn't allow anybody else to control things. Now we're years later, and that's the way he runs things. He second guesses everyone. He doesn't give them any autonomy. He won't take other opinions. He wants to do it his way. And we saw that happen in this particular case with the
So that's a standing thing with this guy. Then it's not just a one-off, that this is a one-time thing. That's the way he operates. I know more than y'all. Y'all know less than I do. Do it my way or the highway.
Mhm.
Basically what this guy just said. And that's how they operated in that town. And poor Miss Nancy fell victim to that bullshit one night in late
Yeah.
January.
Yep. And then, the behavior's consistent. It's not like he started. Rick's telling us he was like this the second he became sheriff. He's like this now. And again, that raises the question, how did you not see anything like this 37 years leading up to it? I just don't buy it.
Me either. And that's why I say if he was totally aware and there was a reason he overlooked it all, why would you overlook all that? Why would you overlook all that intentionally? Okay, what if you're just a weirdo guy and can't see the red flags that everybody's telling you to see, but now you can all of a sudden? Um, why? Something's not right.
Mm-hmm.
Something's not right. Something's amiss, guys.
The FBI. He's held a grudge, and I use the word, he has great disdain for them. And that's just his style, which is not right for this community. As you probably know, there's a recall effort afoot in Pima County. And that's a very difficult thing to make happen, because there needs to be about 120,000 signatures just to get something like that on the ballot. And then it goes to the voters, and they decide if they're going to keep him or not. Given the history and given the clarity of what's come to light as of late, especially with his past in El Paso, I'll tell you something, Brian, and I was asked this not too long ago. Had his past been known in 1984 when he came to hire for the Pima County Sheriff's Department, he would have been disqualified based on his past in El Paso. 8 suspensions and disciplinary issues far beyond anybody that I know. It would not been
8 suspensions before he ever got to Arizona.
Yeah, so then
and they're like, now if he come to us with all that, we would have never hired him.
I got a question for you, Salty.
Uh-huh.
Because if a recall were to reach the votes needed, all available and applicable candidates will take part in a new election. And I'm wondering if a former sheriff deputy is interested in possibly taking that election on. And I wonder if he decided to do a wonderful pre-campaign interview with Brian Enton to take over for Sheriff Nanos if he is recalled.
I think so, because I think that he's a very smart person.
Mm-hmm.
And I think he saw opportunity and took it. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Suddenly eyes are upon what we've been saying.
And now he's saying in this, he managed Nanos for 37 years and nothing was wrong until he became sheriff.
Yeah.
Like, it's given me a weird vibe.
Mm-hmm. Totally. I think they already got a new sheriff in mind for their town. Right?
Yes.
And yeah, I think it would be a good change for them, especially if they should all still be worried about a masked man in the night.
Right.
I hope they're leaving. I hope they are locking those doors tonight in Arizona.
Yep. Getting those subscriptions on auto renew. Please.
Right? Ordering security doors, locking everything, and getting your subscriptions. Let's go.
Survivable for him to be an employee. It was overlooked, or the resources weren't available to look into it. And
was there
it's
something, because so he, just going back a little bit, he asked you to be his chief deputy.
Yes.
And I think you told me you guys were friends for a while. I mean, didn't you guys like go on vacation together, why
we did.
and all of that?
Yes. This was when he worked for me.
Okay. So what changed after you became his chief to where was there one thing that happened?
I think the turning point, there was an incident, and I'll share it with you.
Here it comes. There was an incident, and he's going to share it with us. The turning point, what went south in their relationship.
And I'll bet you he's the hero out of it.
Oh, okay.
I had a training request for $250 from some correction staff to do a video training interface. And I approved it. But the person who was coordinating that training, was one of the instructors, was a person that the sheriff did not like. He overruled me for $250. Two, the compromise of potential training for these corrections officers. That's ridiculous. That is holding a grudge to the point. That was the impetus.
So he recommended somebody else for something. The sheriff's like, "Oh, I don't like that guy. No, that's not going to happen." And this guy's like, "Well, Nanos, that's just not cool. Now I know something's up with you."
Yeah,
That
and
was the turning point in their relationship. That right there,
it wasn't when he sat him down and said, "I'm going to micromanage the shit out of you."
right?
I'd be like, "Dude, what? I thought we were cool."
All right. Okay, so Tucson's been a hot mess for a long fucking time, apparently.
For me really coming to the understanding that this sheriff was not a person that was reasonable, that was objective in his approach. He does things based on his emotions, and he does things based on his ego. And that's not the right way to do it. We tell cops and police cars, if you interject your emotions in your dealing with an individual that you may write a ticket to or you may be arresting, you're failing. Don't do that. Be fair-minded. Be objective. It's hard not to, because you get PO'd when people do some things to you. So it's hard not to. But this guy does that. He dictates, he demands loyalty, and he makes decisions based on emotional aspects of himself.
With the recall, I was listening to him on the radio talking about this, and he was like, "Look, this is from 40 years in terms of the El Paso situation. This is from 40 years ago. I was like their youngest cop ever. I was in my early 20s." Yeah, he just kind of shrugged it off in that way, like, "Look, I can't remember every little thing from 40 plus years ago."
I don't buy it. I don't buy it for two reasons. One, there's a 2-year difference, and he claims it was administrative error. There wasn't an administrative error on when he left El Paso to the day he was hired to the Pima County Sheriff's Department. There's a 2-year gap there. That doesn't make any sense whatsoever. He didn't want anybody to know what his history with El Paso was. I think in his own heart, in his own mind, he knows all too well he would not have been hired had that come out. But in the mid-1980s, early 1980s, there wasn't sharing of files of that nature. You've seen the files.
Yeah.
Okay, so he's going to speak about, back then there wasn't file sharing the way it is now, electronic filing and all the things, sharing of information, and they would have never have known back then, about his past record at the other department. But nowadays they would. But we got the gist of that whole interview, guys, that he's an arrogant guy who can do no wrong, apparently, with a very large ego. And we don't understand is he the reason we can't find the guy at the door? Is the guy at the door so damn good it wouldn't have mattered what Nanos did or didn't do? It's either way, it's bad. Nanos didn't handle anything correctly. Nothing.
Yeah, I think both can be true too, right? I mean, you could have someone who's just, I think that's what Mr. Castigar was alluding to. Like, hey, this was very well planned, prepped. Also, Nanos is an egomaniac and wanted things to go his way, and he held a lot of people back from finding this very well put together abductor of Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, there's just so much about this crime, whatever this was, that just don't make any sense because we don't know the intent of the person at the door, other than they came to take Ms. Nancy. I think a lot of people can agree that's what the intent was.
Yeah.
It wasn't anything but for that reason. We just don't know what the reason was. And there's only a couple things that make it make sense kind of way. Of course, we've been over them 1,000 times. Ransom, or could it be a weird stalker thing? Because nothing else is going to make sense either. Or is Banfield correct that this guy got lucky stumbling through the neighborhood with his backpack and got the back door was unlocked?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if I buy that either. I can't confirm the back door was. I can't confirm how anybody got into that house that night, right? We don't
No.
know. We don't know. Force and we've been told nothing really. No sign of forced entry, or did they say we? I don't even think they ever said. I don't really fucking. It's so far back now. It feels like right. But when
Right.
you look at all of the doors, you can see there's no damage to anything to indicate there was a forced entry situation. Then did she open the door? Was there a door unlocked? And now Banfield's reporting, Ashley Banfield, on her last video, I think it was, um, that Nancy Guthrie's family have told law enforcement officials that Miss Guthrie routinely left her back door unlocked.
Mhm.
So that just kind of fed her theory about random person got lucky. And there weren't really, do they mean both back doors, meaning that far right, the far one on the far left here would be the garage door. It's
Mhm.
technically a long time ago. Well, it feels like a long time ago, back when, a few weeks ago, we were talking about this house and had the floor plan of the house and how you couldn't find the actual plans, but you could kind of guesstimate stuff. And I said there is a plan online that says when you walk into that door, you're not walking into the garage as it would appear. That is like a storage room or a pantry room, laundry room situation type of thing, right? And then we know we have the garage door on the other side of that, right? To the left. And then there's a second blue door directly under that awning. Just right there on the the center, you can see the furniture. To the
Mm.
right, there's the blue door right in there. There's no other back doors. All the way to the far right of the home, there's windows. Notice, guys, two larger windows, and in the center, a smaller window. If you, I'm going to show you some photos in a few minutes because Gray Hughes thinks he did a thing, and they can't figure out where the bedrooms are in this house. Okay. We're going to see all the way up here at the front, there is a chimney. We know that. We see the fireplace. That's the living room, right? There's a sliding door to the right of that leads to the patio in the front. Come through, Nancy's room is just beyond that with her own slider to the same patio and probably an adjoining bathroom. I'm almost willing to bet these two bedrooms right here are other bedrooms because that's not the kitchen. Kitchen's all the way over here, apparently. Front door's where we all know it to be. But when you enter that front door, this is a very older home, right? Not that
Mhm.
big, large, open floor plan doesn't exist. A lot of closed off walls. You know what I'm saying? Like the rooms are separated out, kind of. So, but
Mhm.
you got a smaller, you're going to have that big living room with the fireplace. But over here, so say, let me show you the front. Let me do okay, back to the front for a moment. If you walk in Nancy's front door, and you look to the right, you're going to have that living room, and of course, her bedroom beyond that, and possibly the other bedrooms also beyond that, all on the left hand side of the house. See that second chimney there?
Mhm.
Can y'all even see my little hand? I can't tell.
Oh, I'm
Um,
following what you're saying. I don't think I can
there's
see
a
your
second
cursor.
chimney there. Do y'all see it? Right. And it's going to be almost to the patio. Okay.
Right.
There's like a sitting room right there. So when you walk in the front door, you're really in the dining room here to the right, kitchen area situation, right? All of this is going to be dining room, kitchen stuff. And then there's going to be a door in the middle, basically, that's going to lead directly into that garage. And then just beyond the garage, there's a wall in there. And then there's another, I'll show y'all the pictures, okay? Because and here's kind of what I'm going to show y'all. Now, I got these. I'll show them much closer. The thing about where these came from. If you're not careful, you'll see one that has her address, but you know it is not Nancy's house. It's weird to explain. Excuse me. These photos, all except for the one, of course, of Nancy in her bedroom, came from a local media person, like local reporter, photographer, very, very, very local stuff, right? All right. So again, I got a red X at the very front door. Do y'all see it? The red X in the middle above where it says dining room? That's your front door. All the way to the far right, a larger X, that's the patio, right? From the living room and Nancy's bedroom. Over here at the kitchen, at the garage, there's another red X. That's going to be the door to the garage. Comes right into Nancy's kitchen. Okay. And then back over here is a blue X. That's your main back door from the patio. The other blue X to the left is that blue back door we were just looking at, right? That looks
Yep.
like it goes into the garage. It really goes into this little area here. See? And then what's going to be that sitting room area, because that chimney is right there. Okay. And I will need to drop these on my YouTube tab for y'all.
Yeah, and that blue X in her laundry pantry, that's the one that Banfield is claiming that the family is claiming she left open all the time.
Well, they don't say which one of the
Okay.
two.
Okay.
Which, because
Okay.
they're identical blue doors, right?
I'm with you now. Yep.
They are identical blue doors. Now the one to the far left, I will note that that's where the damaged floodlight was hanging. It was at that back door that looks like it goes straight into a garage. That's where the floodlight was hanging. And the other blue door, you really can't get a full visual on because it's under the patio awning, and we had to rely on drone footage and such. Now I'm going to show you an image without all of this, right? But so I'm just guesstimating, guys, because the reason I say are these bedrooms behind Nancy's room next to the right of the patio is because if this is all dining room, kitchen, sitting room, all purpose room, garage, where are the bedrooms, right? They have to be this back corner where there's no doors for the kids to escape in the middle of the night. Okay. There you go, Gray. Did you a solid there. So we know that these were released, and that was Nancy's bedroom for the video that Megan Kelly found, right? Pulled up from way back when, the archives. Miss Nancy in her bedroom. We all know that window is going to be right there on the outside of the house. We can show you exactly where that's at. Now, this is just another shot of that same bedroom, a little up close of Miss Nancy and her pretty little smile. She was spunky. I think she was spunky. I get that vibe. She's not shy. Okay.
Right.
So I'm going to show you an image now of inside the actual garage. And you can see where the door to the garage into the house goes, but the garage door is going to be a newer door. See right there in the middle in front of Nancy's car?
Yep.
That's a door into the house, right?
Okay.
If the photos are correct, that should lead us into Nancy's dining room / kitchen.
Right. That you had in the floor plan. Okay. I'm following now.
Okay. And then this is just an image of that back door under the patio. See, regular blue door, all the window panes are there. I can't see any damage to the doorknob or anything, but that's how that door looks. And then it matches the other door. This right here is just the windows to the left of that back door, right? Under the patio still. Large window, because y'all going to be seeing this window again in a minute. So again, we'll zoom out in a minute as best we can, but there's the door to the right there. That's the patio door. These windows are just to the left of that door, and then there's going to be a wall and Nancy's plants, and then the garage area. Okay, here's that back door that looks like it's going into the garage, right? But it's that little room I was showing you.
Got it.
Okay, now this. That door right there on the right that we see, that should be the door to Nancy's garage. Do you see what I'm saying?
I do. And then like top left, right, would lead to that other blue door. And then that, if I'm remembering it correctly, that center where everything's like really red, that goes out to her laundry room, right?
That should be it. Exactly.
Okay.
They were struggling with that over there. It was riding the struggle bus on that, but I knew somebody would get it with me. There we go. There we go. So around there, when you enter that space, you're going to find that other blue door. You know what I'm saying? The one that was
Yep.
in the odd space. Now this is also kind of like right here, because notice the fireplace in the corner over here. That is not the living room fireplace, the main one. So this is going to be right under the patio. Notice, remember the windows? I said take note of the big windows just to the set. So if you're outside looking in, blue door on the right, big windows on the left. Now you're in the house. The white door is that blue door. These windows are those windows. And you can when we go back to look at the top of the house, you can see where the chimney comes out right there at the patio, right? So this looks over the patio is what I'm saying. And that door should be the blue door. See the red also on the walls there? Okay. This should be the actual main living room. See the fireplace here? There's a window on each side. So if you're looking at the Nancy's house from the front of her home, you're going to see where that fireplace would be, and these flanked by two windows. Notice this, what looks like a big window over here on the end. That's the sliding doors to the patio from the living room.
So if you do, I just want to make sure I'm following this. If you do an about face looking at this picture, like let's say you're in the home, if you do an about face, then to your right-hand side should be the front door, right?
Yes. No.
Okay.
So if I'm standing there looking into that living room, I'm looking right at those windows, right? What it looks like, large windows. That's the sliding door to the patio. Let me show you. Let me hang on. Put this on. All right. So this is the very front of Nancy's house. Her front door is going to be on that same side, the left side of the house there. I'll show you.
Okay.
Let me get the aerial. Let me find which ones. I got a whole bunch of pictures back here. So let me get the one I need to get to. I got them kind of pretty much organized. Okay. See the fireplace?
The one up top?
No, in the very front of the home.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Yeah, the very front, flanked by the big windows, or two windows rather.
Yep.
And then on the far left side would be the slider out to the patio. So if you're standing back in that room looking toward the slider, right?
Yep.
That door is going to be to your left.
Okay.
Got it?
Okay. Yep.
Okay.
I got it.
So if I'm good at explaining directions, I may suck at it, y'all. I don't know directions.
No, I think if I can get it, then your viewers can.
Right now we're standing in the living room looking toward the patio, right? Which the fireplace is the front of the house, so the door has to be on that same side, right?
Right, because then so if you're standing there right now, to your left there's going to be one window, and then to your back left's going to be the front door. If you're standing where the picture is taken, right?
If you're standing where that picture's taken, that door is going to be straight out to your left.
Right. Okay.
Behind you is going to be the dining room area.
Yep.
To the right would be toward the kitchen and that laundry room situation, whatever that going on back there in the sitting room. You know what I mean? In the fireplace and all that. So, and then behind this, so that would mean behind this wall here to the right is Nancy's bedroom, right? Because her room has a slider also out to that patio. Then that would have to put those other bedrooms right behind Nancy's, if you go and look at it like that. Because if you go back up here, you got that. You go in the front door, you look to your left, you're looking at that living room we were just looking at, right? And you can see straight out to the patio.
Right.
If you were to continue through here, you're in the dining room, and then you're into the kitchen, and then I guess you wander into the sitting room. There's a back door to go out to the patio, and there's a door to go to the garage, and then there's another door, like a utility door maybe, that gets me in and out of my little pantry room situation. whatever I got going on there, right? Whatever
Right.
our all-purpose room, we'll call it. So where does that leave? Where does that leave my children's bedrooms? Oh, over here behind mom and dad's, because split level wasn't designed 50 years ago. You know
Right.
how more modern homes are built with the primary or the master bedrooms on the left hand side of the home or one side, and then the other bedrooms were on the other side. The split, that split design, give the parents the privacy shit. It wasn't designed
Hmm.
that way back in the day. You put all those
No.
sleeping rooms all went together. And your purpose rooms all went together, right? And your parking room went together.
Right.
It's wild. So if Nancy routinely left these doors open, and plus if you look at the layout, if you at the photos and the walls, I noticed that too, like all the angles, right? So somebody's in the kitchen or fumbling around back there where they came in the back door, it was wide open, right? And now
Right.
they're in her little sitting room overlooking her patio, and they're coming through the kitchen. Where do they just happen to come around the corner and startle each other?
Hmm.
And we heard Ashley Banfield report there were cameras in the home. We don't know if there was one in that living room or in the. I often wondered if it was an open floor plan situation. Would a camera see most of the living room slash kitchen?
Right.
Do you know what I mean? Or what would I see? So if we look at this, would we have to? Because I wondered, did Nancy have to cross her own living room to get to that front door? Or it looks like she could bypass that whole living room, right?
Hmm.
Short- Like you come out of the hallway from the bedrooms and you go toward the front door. Um, I don't know how this person got in. It makes no sense. They just got lucky and found her unlocked door and decided to take her at the same time. I I have a hard time with that one as well.
Yeah, maybe I mean, could be multiple people tried one door each, and whoever got in let the others in.
Let the other one know. And
Yeah,
with
like
the
we got.
walkie-talkie situation, right? They got some
Yeah.
walkie-talkies in their case in the area. Some
Yeah.
walkie-talkies could go. Some of those walkie-talkies can go for a couple of miles. Some cannot. It all depends. We don't
Right.
know what those capabilities was of his little gadget in his pocket. Um, it could have been a lot of things. Now, Nancy Guthrie's neighbor. Yes, I thought I said Nancy Grace for a moment.
No,
Nancy
you're good. You got it.
Grace, yes, she interviewed one of the neighbors that Brian Enton had already interviewed, and he's the one that claimed his dog acted strange the night of. They took the dog outside, and that he had two cameras that didn't work properly, right? And I'm like, I could not figure out, is this the guy dead behind Nancy? Because I often wondered, because they're like they face her backyard, blah blah blah.
Hmm.
Apparently, I'll show y'all on the map where he lives. I don't think I uploaded those yet because I was going to put those in that next show we did. Yeah, but I can show the map real quick. Um, Let me get this set up because about where the FBI has been nosing around asking questions, and does some of the questions just come out of what the neighbors tell them that they felt was strange or odd or what they saw, right? They should
Right.
absolutely they need to look at all of it, as we know. Okay, I'll show
Yeah.
you where the guy actually lives. And it's interesting because where he said he lives almost right across the street from the vacant home we kept hearing about. And then I know now exactly where the house under construction was they were wanting to know about, allegedly, that they were wanting to know about the construction people. Because one of the neighbors that Enton interviewed said her neighbor was having a house built up the road in one of the interviews. Then she comes back again. And the next thing we know, that's her friend's house being built up the road again, and now the next thing we know is FBI is wanting to know about all these construction workers. I'm like, the only way to really do that is to approach the homeowner. Who's your contractor? Now I need to contact him and get a list of workers, right?
Yeah.
You're not
Yep.
going to go ask in the whole freaking neighborhood about, do y'all know these construction workers? Because they're not going to know them. They're probably, a lot of them, undocumented, let's be real, right? They have to check it out if there's a possibility that somebody used that job to case the joint, or got an idea because they were in close proximity. You know what I'm saying? But anyway, let me get the map pulled up. Because he's the guy that claims his dogs went a little nuts and that heard something. He said it was unusual. They don't normally do that, all that, blah, blah, blah. Okay, so right there where it's pinned, obviously 5820 Camino Escalante, that's Miss Nancy's property. This guy lived, I was wondering if he lived right here. See where the cul-de-sac comes up in the middle there?
Mm-hmm.
And it leads to this one house.
Mm-hmm.
Look at the way that house sits. Notice where the pool to that home is located. So what does that tell me? The front of that house does what? Looks toward Miss Nancy's backyard.
Correct.
I've
Yeah.
always been, right? So I've always been so interested in that house. But anyway, moving on. He lives right here. I'm sorry, right here at Camino El Ganado. So if you leave out of Miss Nancy's driveway and you take a right on Camino Escalante and you go down to the very first right, you turn right and go all the way to the very end. He's the house on the right-hand side, fourth house deep, fourth house on the right. The vacant home is right here, okay, at, I guess, 2235. It's right there. That would be where neighbors. Now, the neighbor reported to Enton the people that lived there moved out a couple of days before the crime. DePetro reports he talked to them and it was a couple of days after the crime. I'll stick with Enton's report of a couple of days before the crime. I saw her with her own mouth say it. So I've got to go with her first instinct.
There
right?
you go. Yeah.
She might be misremembering, but for now, that's what she said. Okay. So again, get off, all this other stuff got in my way. Okay, so he lives right there. So he claimed his dogs got startled during the night or woke up or something to that in nature, alerted him they wanted to go outside. So apparently these aren't like, vicious guard dogs or nothing. They're just regular little dogs. They wake up, they go outside, and he said he didn't think anything of it that night, but looking back on it, he noticed that one of them maybe stopped and took notice there might be something amiss, but didn't stick with it. The dog just went on about his business and went back inside, right? But he also claims that his two cameras, he says, that face the back of his property were the ones that were not working properly that night. The back of his home has nothing to do with Miss Nancy's property whatsoever. You see what I'm saying? Why would it matter? The back of his
Right.
home. Because the back of his house does not face toward Miss Nancy over here. She's way
Uh-huh.
over here. He's down the road, around the corner, at the opposite end of the street, and his backyard faces not Miss Nancy's, right? So I don't know. But that's the guy that was reporting camera outage, right? If we can believe it was a true camera outage on purpose. If that makes sense.
Yeah. Like maybe his dog was alerting in that direction, and that's why that was even mentioned.
Maybe.
I
My dog, the way my dogs always were, which I raised a whole different breed, but if they heard something, it was going to be long before me, and I would wait for her reaction. Do we need to really be alerted? Are we on guard, right? I call it, are we on guard? Or are we just listening just in case? Okay, we've decided we're good. Because if we decided we're good, we're fine. But I know if we're not, we're going to be, we're fixing to find out what's going on, right?
Yeah. On the other hand, I got two dogs that if any single car passes by, they're going nuts. So
Right. There's a lot of people. A lot of people have that.
yeah.
You come near the house, it's going to be on though. A lot of them will react to a lot of noises,
Oh yeah, yeah.
and some won't. They're just like, okay, that's normal. I hear it all the time. Whatever.
Uh-huh.
So the house under construction, we knew there was a construction going on down here, like right across from Nancy. Remember, there was a corner that certain streamers were set up on the corner there,
Mhm.
right across from Nancy's house. At the very end of that house in the middle was the one under construction.
Okay.
Okay.
Interesting.
Yeah. Activity going on there. And so that's right across the street, which, I mean, surveillance wise, yeah, but if you park over here, people are going to see you and notice you. What are you doing in my little cul-de-sac, right? They got 3 houses back here. Who are you parking out there, right? You're not going to
Right.
do It's not wise, is it?
No, it doesn't feel like any place around here would be a good choice to just kind of park and sit. Like it's almost like you get in and get out as quick as humanly possible.
Yeah. Now, in Idaho 4 case with Coburger,
Mhm.
literally right behind the King, like if you were looking at the map and their house was there, well, into drive that went around behind their house, there was the arbitrarium was down there, and there was a pull off parking pad, right? You could have parked there any day of the week, twice on Sunday, and went for a stroll, and put your car there, but still, you could have parked.
Mhm.
You could have parked and done any kind of you could have blended in and walked with all the college kids. You know what I'm saying? But here
Absolutely.
you don't have all those many options.
Yeah, well, and then
In
it's
this
like,
little circle right here, right? If you go just like on that circle, Camino or Escalante, down the old neighbor road here, back on Mina Vista, back around to Camino Miraval, and back down Escalante. You're just like, look, you could do a little tight circle right there, but where are you going to park? You're going to, like the one, neighbors notice you when you're just walking through the neighborhood and you're not supposed to be there.
yep, 100%. And it's just, the like I know this was 2 a.m, but still the likelihood that someone's going to drive down Camino Escalante as opposed to anywhere else, I don't think there's any main difference. But no matter where you park, you run the risk of someone seeing a car there. I'm just wondering, they had to pull up on that other side of her drive and just be concealed in there, and that's why we don't see lights or any kind of vehicle. I don't know. It's just my feeling.
I agree with that completely. So I completely agree with that. There's somebody sitting there and we just can't see them because of the angle and because it's so dark and their lights are freaking out, right?
Yeah.
So people want to believe this guy's walking through the neighborhood getting lucky to see if anybody's got an unlocked door. Where does he park to do such? Or does he's got an accomplice that drops him off, maybe?
Mm-hmm.
Because I don't know where old boy's going to park to do all that at. Because if we
No.
zoom out, so there's Campbell, right? The main road, like one of the main roads into Nancy's neighborhood. And
Mm-hmm.
Campbell literally is interesting because it will run back here from Orange Grove all the way back down to the East River, right?
Mm-hmm.
Road back here. Um, you gonna park way up here and walk into the hood? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What are we doing? You're not. It's just there's nowhere. It's not even a park that you could pretend you're chilling at.
Right. Yeah. It's not like so one of the arguments in Delphi was that Rick parked at the old CPS building, which is even though people apparently commonly park there to walk the trails, where everything happened on the bridge. I mean, I've walked the walk. It's a good 25, 30-minute walk from just if you're doing like a stroll, an unassuming stroll, which that wasn't the case, but so maybe 15, 20. But what would be easier, honestly, if he would cross the creek, if they cross the creek, I don't know why he didn't park or I'm sorry, the killer didn't park in the cemetery where you would be entirely unsuspecting. Because like you're close to the Hoosier Heartland Highway. When you park near the CPS building, the cemetery is very secluded. It leads down right to the crime scene.
And I'll tell you what, for anybody who says, Keith, that you can't get to the crime scene from the cemetery, when I bring Mr. Steve on,
Yeah. Ooh.
Mr. Steve's going to take his wife and they're going to show you how you can get from the cemetery to the crime scene.
Oh, yeah.
I watched an elderly couple do it, and he will also display to you just how crappy the cell phone signal is down there and how it showed his wife he was in a completely different location than he was actually at.
Mm-hmm.
Like,
Yeah.
he does amazing videos, and he wasn't here to tell you Rick Allen's not the guy. That is not Mr. Steve's intent. He
No.
just does experiments. He'll bury the bullets for you and tell you what they look like in 3 days or 2 weeks or whatever. He's done experiments in the Idaho 4 case. He's amazing at that. But
Right.
that's how I remember I watched his video and saw just how easy it was, right? To get
Hmm.
from that cemetery. I've seen a few people do it, but watching his was different, right?
Hmm.
I just felt it was different. So I'm
Yeah.
glad you brought, yeah. Yeah.
My whole point of the cemetery was that's such a clearer in and out.
Yeah.
And I think the same thing's got to apply here. I don't think they're parking on Karada Nopal, that court. I just think they'd be stuck there. That would, maybe
Yeah.
it's the best place for them to park because not a lot of traffic's going to be going through there. But then you run the risk of like the people who live in that area, waking up, going to get like a glass of water in the middle of the night or something and seeing your car. I just
Exactly.
and then that burglary that happened, or the residential burglary that was reported on the 11th, that was on Campbell.
Was it on Campbell?
It was right on Campbell, and or like right off of Campbell, I guess I should say.
Yeah, because there's a
And
lot of possibility. I mean, and I've kind of, if you go to the map and you come down Campbell, you know what I mean. There's like a lot, but because it's got the two coming into the neighborhood here, it will
Mhm.
literally travel from one side. I think it's a cut through a lot too.
Oh
Not
yeah,
just for the community, but not for the actual people who live there. But if you back off the East River Road, it connects them all the way back over to what Sunrise, you know what I mean? It was
yeah.
Sunrise here. So it's probably a well-traveled road, don't you think?
Oh, it's got to be. I
Yeah,
mean,
like a lot of people probably use that road. Um, but where are you gonna hide to do anything? I think you go there with intent, but if you're gonna really stalk something, like put a lot of planning into a kidnapping, you driving through there a lot is gonna be your only option? Or would you take a job that would lend itself to allowing you to be in the neighborhood inconspicuously? Because
mhm,
you're that damn good and desperate to do what you
mhm.
have to do.
Yeah.
Did you work construction at one point across the street from Miss Nancy's? How long did you work there? Who worked at Miss Nancy's property? Who cleaned her pool? Who did her lawn maintenance? Who helped her
Right.
dust the house? What about the guy who worked across the street, maybe at the construction site? Had he been around for about 3 months, maybe?
Yeah. Did he purchase a gun recently? Was he on our list of 40 names? Did that match?
Can you ask him, did his sister keep her backpacks that her kids use? Wow. There's just, I mean, there's no logic to some of it, right?
Yeah.
Even if you are a stalker or a kidnapper, abductor, obsessed person, how are you learning this lady's routine? How are you getting, there's got to be specific information you got to know.
You're
You
certainly not taking a shot on the idea that you're going to go in blind and abduct a woman from her home without knowing the routines and knowing where things are located, whether it's in the house, out of the house, around the house, etc. You're also not going to go in, like, let's say you go in blind and it's a burglary and maybe you're parking a little bit further away. And let's say you go in blind for a burglary. When it goes wrong, the solution isn't to abduct her.
No.
You know,
Uh-uh.
that's where it's just like, it's got to be someone who's just familiar with it. And again, like the statement of, well, they had to know where the cameras are. I don't buy that unless he's seen something we haven't, because again, a Ring doorbell camera is by the door handle almost 100%.
And you can probably expect the person you're going after may have a camera. And then if you do pre-surveillance, as we're told, January 11th, with
Correct. Yep.
backpacks, if you did scout it out, you were aware of cameras. But how did you become aware? Maybe you drove by a lot, maybe you worked in the neighborhood, you positioned yourself in a way, you found all that out. You
Mm-hmm.
know, um, when you finally took her for whatever reason, where did you take her?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever leave the neighborhood? Did was it so damn dark that that played such a huge benefit to this person? Because damn, we can't get a make on this car we all see cruising through the neighborhood
Mm-hmm.
from point A to B, from Miss Nancy's all the way out to maybe, I don't know, the edge of the neighborhood, Campbell maybe, right?
Yeah.
Back toward East River maybe. Do we see a car cruising all the way through back over toward Luke's house? I mean, what's going on here? Um, did the person do? Maybe they did get lucky in some aspects, like with the camera situations, but
Mm-hmm.
everything else they prepared for, like cameras at Nancy's, taking no phones with them. Maybe they just took a chance on no one's going to get a clear shot, and not even the car coming out of the. So what if they have like an FBI guy sitting here going, "Okay, here's Tucson." Right?
Mm-hmm.
And you've got all those little areas around Nancy's neighborhood to get out of her actual neighborhood, right? If you go
Mm-hmm.
back to Nancy's house, go look at every single point, right? To get out of her particular neighborhood. What do you see for the time frame that it would say she cuts off at 228, the pacemaker, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, give me what, 8 minutes to get over to where? Towards 77? Or do I go back toward the interstate down this way, toward the 210, South Tucson
Mm-hmm.
way? Am I going up toward the foothills, up
Mm-hmm.
77 toward Oracle? Or, which way are they going and why? Now,
Mm-hmm.
Savannah, even in her statement, said South Tucson. People in South Tucson. They're like, South Tucson. I'm like, why not Greater Tucson? Why not all of Tucson?
Yeah.
Why South? Or what makes? What about South Tucson? Right?
Yeah.
Why
What
not
about,
North?
yeah, even if she were to say Greater Tucson, like what about that? I guess,
Right? Would be
you could say
significant
just that she lives there. I get that. But yeah, you're right. Keying in on South Tucson's interesting.
because it's way down here, South Tucson, right?
Mm-hmm.
She
Mm-hmm.
lives up. She's over here, right? On Camino, and up here's Oro Valley, you know,
Mm-hmm.
and Marana is up this way, and the Mount Lemon and all that. But you got South Tucson going down toward the border. Is it based on what characteristics the FBI believes the guy at the door has? They believe he's Hispanic. Does that mean he's from South Tucson? Could be. The only correlation, I don't know.
Yeah. That or they have, again, they have more that they're not sharing, and they've got a
Yeah,
feeling that this vehicle that they think may have been there was heading towards South
towards
Tucson.
South Tucson. Like if they got an image of something, just say they got lucky and got something off those DOT cameras. If you're going to make your way towards South Tucson, for real, are you jumping on the I-10 when you get to this point? Okay, so
Mm-hmm.
'cause I've looked, right? How am I going to get to South Tucson? 77 is a real good choice because I'm going to tell you, when you leave Nancy's, you can hit the 77 and go a couple different ways,
Mm-hmm.
especially back toward I-10, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, but once you get down there, it feeds you back to the interstate, right?
Right.
So now you're coming down the interstate into South Tucson. Or are you going to hit the highway where there's less traveled, right? The
What
darker the off beaten path kind of thing.
Yeah, I just, 2:30 in the morning, I would just be taking back roads. Everyone's
Right.
asleep,
Mm-hmm.
and you've got her in the car. That's the other thing I'm just now thinking about is like you abduct this woman, you get her in the car. How are you going to drive? I guess you have a gun to her head, right?
Yeah.
But if she's already, you got maybe she didn't see the holster on the front of your crotch, and
Right.
you know,
Right.
but like you've got to imagine at the time that he got her, he had to have brandished it, so she had to have already known.
Yeah.
And then she's bloody. I just feel like he might need a little bit more help to control her in the car. Nonetheless, you've got her controlled in the car.
I don't think he's alone, right?
Yeah, but I don't think you're gonna.
Car. And if your theory possibly has disguise in the backpack on the way to South Tucson, somebody's helping her, and this is where people think I'm crazy to even suggest a woman could be in on this. But a female is going to have such feminine qualities and caring nature,
Mm-hmm.
and can calm her for what is happening if they feel like it. I mean, add that in there.
Absolutely,
So,
it's good cop, bad cop.
Right. If I got somebody in the car who's in charge of cleaning her up now, she's injured, make sure she's good, make sure her wig is on, get her dressed. Somebody's containing her. She's not going to fight them on the way. But I'm with you, taking all the back roads. Why wouldn't you? You're not in a hurry. No one knows she's gone yet, right? So you're probably not taking your time, but you're trying to get out of there. So where would you take her, right? I'm always like, where'd they take Miss Nancy? And where'd they leave her? I understand she's probably no longer with us, but damn, where'd you do with her, right? Where did you initially take her? Did you stay in the neighborhood until, I don't know, when things calmed down enough to move her? But you know what I mean? There was a lot of activity in that fucking neighborhood. Let's be real. With FBI was crawling, media was crawling. You would have had to sit tight for so long. You might still be sitting there going, "Are they gone yet?" No, that DePetro guy's still out there.
Yeah, he's out there backing his car into people.
Did I miss it?
He's out there finding a broken taillight in the driveway.
Oh
Jeez,
God,
not
that's
kidding.
true. Never mind. He'll be on court TV again in a minute. Hold up. Can't miss TV. Or
Yeah, I think that's another miss on. Again, I hate relating this back to Delphi, but that strand of DNA, that strand of hair around
goodness.
Abby's fingers just went untested leading up to the trial, and they ended up finding out that it was Kelsey, it was Libby's sister, and it was from a sweatshirt that was loaned to Abby or put on Abby that was Libby's. But the fact that you're so tunnel vision that you're ruling out the idea that a woman could be involved in this is not a good. I think Nancy Guthrie would probably tell you, no, I think you need to consider all different types of shapes, sizes, forms, identities.
I'm sorry. Hang on a second.
Oh, okay.
1 second. Hang on. Let me. Fuck. All right, I had to take care of something. What y'all won't do? What you won't do? I will fucking turn off goals, crowns. I don't care I don't care. What you will not do is come into this peaceful chat where we are open to all discussions and make any comments about where anybody fucking lives. Because you might feel some type of way. I don't even know what that was about that I just saw, but I fucking handled it. Now, sorry, chat, that if anybody saw a comment that just wasn't quite right, but I won't put up with that shit. All right, sorry.
No, you're good. I missed it.
Yeah, well, it was taken care of, but I'm able to still see things.
Right.
I had to check, and then I didn't like what I saw, so we're good. We run things like we do for a reason. We don't even really got to talk about it a lot. Just know that's not cool. So
Yep.
crazy.
There are rules.
Yeah, there's rules. Um, Everybody will have different experiences throughout the country with law enforcement and how things are handled in their hometowns and different law enforcement agencies. And we had somebody the other night really going in hard on the SA theory to the point where they got really explicit in the chat. And I'm like, whether we get it, we understand that it can happen. We've been through the reasons why, unpacked a very similar case, and still have determined that it probably didn't occur here. Nothing else to be said, right? It was not that big of a deal. But
Hmm.
stuff like that just gets carried away. We just like to be able to talk about it and be able to disagree if we need to disagree and be fine, right?
And it's, I don't know what people get out of. I think this is maybe kind of like a Gray Hughes thing, right? Where he thinks he's going to solve the case and have it figured out. That's always kind of the vibe I get from him. And I think other people believe so firmly in their theory because they think that that's going to lead to finding Nancy. And again, it's like the logical pathway of that is what do you have to back it up? you know, if the answer if the answer to that is like this is just what I feel would be the most most reasonable thing that happened, it's like that doesn't do much for me, and
No,
it shouldn't for you.
and when people are talking about these cases, we're doing it in real time before they're actually solved in some cases, before they're taken to court in some cases, well, most of the cases. And we all have our theories, and sometimes we're right, sometimes we're wrong. But there's a lot of creators out there too that will go, see, I was always right. I was right. I was right. I was right. Well, in good fun, you can say you were right. But when you're doing it to show that I'm the only one that's going to be right, you know what I mean? You can only watch me. And it's like, well, that's weird,
Right.
and the way you're doing it.
Well, and then even like when they're wrong in their mind, they're still right, and the people who got it right got it wrong. You see that with Koberger, like they're like, no, it's actually these two guys or whatever that theory is that's like floating around. It's like, well, you have nothing. Again, you have nothing. Is there a possibility you could be right? Yes. Is there a probability you're wrong? Absolutely.
Well, there's so many theories that float around on that dude's case to this day that are,
Yeah.
then people can debate it to the cows come home. Even when we do shows here on that case, it got to the point where right before this case started, the Guthrie case, I was like to the point where if I do a show on Koberger to unpack some of the document stuff, we were going to do it members only, because I was getting trolled by people who just were doing it for the fun of it. They weren't even pro burgers. They weren't even pro burgers. So it wasn't even them that were bothering me, because I don't bother them. They don't bother me. We don't care about each other. But it got to the point where I'm like, my mods don't come here to have to do all that work. They're just trying to chill with their community and listen to us and talk about stuff. So it's just crazy when it gets to that level, right?
Yeah.
It's crazy.
Oh.
Things aren't right. Uh-oh, are we still there?
Yeah, sorry. I can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. Sorry, I'm here.
Yeah.
I dropped. Yeah, you get that with like hidden true crime, and Lauren and John, like, he's a psychologist, so he's in the mind of everyone who has ever committed a crime, and it's like almost as if he knows exactly what they're thinking. And then it's just like I can't tell you how many licensed psychologists I've seen that get on a YouTube and really, really talk like they're sitting in the room with whoever at any given moment, and it's like, you don't know, and you're not even saying this is my opinion or I'm speculating this. It's they talk as if it's just such a sure thing, and it's like there's nothing wrong with saying this is my theory, this is what I'm speculating. As a matter of fact, that should be encouraged.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, because that's the whole thing. We don't know a lot. Like even when we begin to unpack theories here, we just didn't know what the heck in the beginning. We were willing to look at everything. SA really was never on the table, but robbery, yeah. What, they didn't take nothing but the lady. That was really hard to believe, but we explored it. We even explored SA, even though I was not convinced that was even a factor here. I explored it. I know that it's a possibility. We should be able to do that. And it's crazy that so many, well, there's only a handful of theories you can explore with this case, but none of them fit enough perfectly. Do you know what I mean? There's not that one smoking gun kind of thing.
There could be a few different reasons and methods with which all of this went down. I'm right there with you. It's like I'll put myself on blast for a second. Like, I originally humored the idea that this could be a hit for hire because
Mhm.
there are people out there, unfortunately, that don't want to take care of burdens in their life. And I'm not assuming anything, and I'm not saying that I think that's the case. I'm just saying, have we humored the possibility? And then what I did, which I'd like to think a logical person would do, is go, okay, I have zero evidence that this is a thing. Let's move on to what's more plausible and what's more likely, like with what we have, right?
Yeah.
And I think that's how the essay folks need to kind of maybe look at this. And if everything comes out and you end up being right, okay, great. But don't try to act like that you knew for sure before we had any information. That's crazy to me.
Yeah, I mean, especially when we didn't have enough information to even make an assumption. I don't care how many burglaries took place in the neighborhood or what happened 2 hours before or 5 minutes away. That don't mean they did this here. It could be, but could be something different. So just we get they can't tell us every single thing, but there's still so much that don't make sense, like how they got in the house, and my two biggest things, how they got in, and then where did they take her? We have
Mm-hmm.
no clue where you took her. We know that somebody came to the door. We know you took her. We know you took a camera. We know she was injured. That is literally all we know.
Yeah. You know what doesn't make sense to me, Salty? If you are walking up to the front porch of a house and you take vines and put them over a camera or use it to remove the camera, why would you then be bothering with a signal blocker?
Exactly.
Or vice versa. If you have a signal blocker, I guess it could be like a two-factor, foolproof effort.
It's your signal blocker. Going back to the guy who said he was had the camera issues, who was literally down the road around the corner, all the way at the other end of the house, other end
Mm-hmm.
of the street. If you can jam his cameras,
Right.
but you can't jam Nancy's cameras. Okay. Apparently something happened because they've recovered footage. Or no, 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 no. Let me retract that. They've recovered thumbnails from the guest house cameras now. You heard about that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
that's the two white cameras that were, like, what was it, February 7th, Butterfly, right? They finally retrieved those
They
cameras.
went back and grabbed him. Yeah.
Yeah, the FBI went back and got them. We've heard now sources say, because that's not official FBI word, but they got thumbnails from those cameras, and they show nothing nefarious, and no, I'm assuming no uh, timestamps, maybe, but they say there was activity in Nancy's yard prior to the event, and then none that night that they can recover. But the next day, they see activity when the cops are in the yard looking for Nancy. So I'm like, okay, so it sees people in the yard. Now, first of all, I don't know who the people are. If I'm talking about that's the pool guy you see, or if that's the lawn guy you see, or if it's
Mm-hmm.
also chilling out with out in the backyard, what are we seeing? Or is it random guys of the night walking around with backpacks looking for doors that are open? Are we
Yeah.
seeing, and how many are they all there at one time? Is this different? Whatever, you know what I'm saying. But then you
Right.
got nothing the night of the crime, but the next day you got cops showing up in the yard. So do you also see, you don't see Annie and Tom coming home Saturday night, or bringing Miss Nancy home Saturday night?
Mm-hmm.
You don't see that? And what about Sunday morning when Annie arrives before the cops? Do we see that? I'm sure they do if it's available. But it's
Mm-hmm.
curious to me, that's what we've heard they can see. Cops arriving on Sunday out back by the pool, plain as day, and then we see activity before the crime, but none of it's nefarious. So if we don't have a jammer, why do we not have camera from that night? And they didn't bother to take those cameras or manipulate them physically. That we got a busted floodlight back there that we assume the bad guy might have done that himself, but he decided he didn't need to mess with those two cameras on top of the guest house.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think he would have just missed that those cameras were there, but because the floodlight was so blinding?
Maybe just the way they enter the house, they
Thought
you know,
that
it's
it was
trivial.
see. Okay, so if you go here and there's a solar panel still there from the one camera,
Yep.
right?
Yeah.
That back door right there that leads to the weird laundry, pantry, whatever we got going on situation right there, probably didn't go in that door, huh? Because
Yeah,
the
that or
probability of that
unless
camera, I mean, so with that in mind, though, if I can get a better picture, let me see. If you look at, I don't know if this view is good enough. Let me see. No, because there's the camera on the very end that overlooks the driveway.
right.
You're not going to want to come around there, are you? If you're aware that camera's there, you're avoiding that whole side of the yard. You're
Right.
not going in that driveway. So the other camera then looks out over the lawn,
Mm-hmm.
but can it see the back door under the awning? Because if you go, I'm trying to see if let me get the aerial back up, the overhead shot. That's the best way to look at it. Here we go. Back here. So there's to the far left's going to be the guest house, and of course that camera looks right out over that greenery. To get to that other back door, you have to be seen on that camera. Am I correct?
I would assume so.
Because isn't it dead ass in front of the gate that leads to the pool?
Yeah, unless you're well, I don't know if that's 3 cacti right there. I don't think you're gonna creep up that side.
No, yeah, exactly. Over
You
here
know.
by the pool. To come
Yeah.
super close to the house to shield yourself.
Right.
There's the way that I don't know if we got a view from here. There's a gate right there, right, that leads from the pool to the green space, and
Mm-hmm.
that is like a little retaining wall right there. But that's easily scaled, right,
Right.
by a
Right.
burglar, not Nancy, of course.
Right.
Yeah, you could, Keith, slide that way, but you got to run into the whatchamacallits right here.
Yeah.
But you could still do it, I guess. But I'm just trying to figure out how they're going to get to either one of those back doors without being seen by that camera.
Right.
Why would it not work that night, but would prior and would after?
Yeah, maybe they just kept their so maybe they let's say it's like 3 people total, right?
Yeah.
I'm just thinking out loud here. 2 went behind the back, or like 1 tried the upper front, like patio sliding doors. 1 went around back, and they figured we've got masks on. We're gonna make this really quick, so we don't care if the camera picks us up.
True.
And maybe again, that's like Rachel in your chat saying the floodlights being broken and leaving the cameras.
Right. So that's a good point, Rach, because if they damage the floodlights, they're going to be seen going to the floodlight, though, right?
Yeah.
They're
And
covered up with a mask. So now we've damaged the light. And now it's dark, so we don't really give a F about that one camera now because it's dark.
yeah, and then maybe the guy on the porch is like, "Oh my God, they're taking so long to get in the back of the house. I need to grab some fines real quick, cover up this camera, or pull it off while I'm waiting for them to let me in through the front."
Yeah. And then why take that one camera? Because that's the one that's going to see you bring out the victim. You're not making entry into that home from the front, right?
Mm-hmm.
So you didn't take it to disguise entry, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
But you took it for a reason. It was important to you. You thought that by taking it would take away the evidence. Or they wouldn't be able to put that out there as an image, right? And
Mm-hmm.
she wouldn't be able to see them bringing her out or possibly injuring her or whatever took place there at the door.
Right.
Is that why that the only reason they took that one camera, thinking this has got the evidence of us bringing her out of the house. That's what we don't want them to see, right? I
Yeah.
don't know why a kidnapper would do that, or a obsessed person would choose to do that. If they're,
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you're onto something there because like if you look at the element of kidnapping, right? It's the involuntary taking away of someone,
hmm
and that's the one element you need probably to prosecute this case. Also, they might not want people to see. I hate to be disguise guy. They might not want anyone to know what Nancy was last wearing.
true that.
Because then maybe they put out like a what do they call them, like a silver alert kind of thing.
Yeah, because what if, okay, say what if they disguised her, right? They would immediately know if they recovered that footage before they were able to get to them and say, yes, we took her, or whatever their intent was.
Mm-hmm.
They would know she was absolutely taken because we see you taking her out the door,
Yeah.
right? And did maybe the kidnapper, we've injured her on top of everything else. I don't know if there's a difference between, if I'm profiling, like, would a kidnapper for ransom take it to hide specific evidence of what they were doing, or if a obsessed person's going to take it for whatever reason they would think to take it. Would they consider taking it? They got a mask on. It's weird because they do have the mask on. Why take that one camera? Why be bothered with just that one? Now, Banfield reports multiple cameras smashed, and inside the house cameras, and blah, blah, blah. There's no evidence of a Nest camera at the back doors either.
Mm-hmm.
Unless they took the bracket down, and I never saw it, because if you look at the photos we can get, there's the doorknob right there. The bracket would have to be somewhere not too far from above that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, they
Above,
might be able to get something on the molding, but mounting that to brick is really tough.
exactly. You're going to have to mount it to that molding, the door facing, right?
Right.
And not so much that brick. And I don't see it, because right above that doorknob, you can almost see it, the deadbolt, right? By the windows.
Right.
But I don't see any evidence of a ring camera bracket. That don't mean it wasn't there and they took it, and I just don't know it because I'm seeing what I see. They took the one up front. We know that. But why would she have a ring camera on the back door?
Yeah.
She's got cameras on the guest house, man.
Right. Right. And it looks like it's got, when you survey CCTV, you have your kind of your points of contact is what they call it. Like what's the most likely in and out you're going to get. And that's primarily where you're going to put your camera. They're not going to have a camera like pointing on the pool, for example, right? First of all, that'd be weird. Second of all, not a lot of people are going to try to approach the house from where the pool is necessarily. Or like that big main backyard. You're going to have them closer to doors, windows. And it looks like that camera that has the one you have right now that's circled, it looks like it was just a broad shot looking out to the whole yard. And that also kind of tells me if these people are like pros, I just don't think they're going to be as concerned with that as they would something up like underneath the canopy of where the blue door is,
Now, with that said, Nancy herself had made posts in her Facebook community group there about wanting to get cameras to watch the wildlife.
Mm-hmm.
So that supposedly is one of the reasons she got these. So how elaborate were these? How good were, and also take into account, these are running off a solar panel. All the reporters will tell you that were there, including Brian Enton, all the ones that count, and we saw a lot of them. The internet there is so shitty, and the Wi-Fi is, you can be standing right in front of Nancy's house and have no signal at all. Take 5 steps to the right and you got a signal, or walk a few feet down like Enton would have to do, and you got a decent signal. But it was in and out. So that made me wonder, was the neighbor guy, was that really the only time you had a camera issue? Was that one night?
Right.
You never happened before or after, there was no widespread reportage of an outage or nothing like that happening in the area. None of the neighbors reported that. So But it just makes you wonder why this particular camera, though, off the guest house wouldn't have any activity the night of the crime. That doesn't mean they weren't back there the night of the crime.
Yeah.
Like you said, just weren't seen because maybe they hovered so close to the back of the damn house.
Yeah, just ran right under them or something, you know. And I know that the intruders aren't going to know this, but I've got Ring cameras myself that are attached to solar panels. Now, granted, I live in Ohio, and it feels like it's cloudier here than it is like in Seattle. So I don't know how effective they truly are, but I still have to swap the batteries on our cameras. I think like once every like couple months. The solar panels prolong the power; they don't maintain the power for us. It could very well be a different story in the the city of Tucson. But
Yeah.
I who knows if they just couldn't get an image from it because the damn thing wasn't powered on.
Yeah.
That picture that you showed of the floodlight, that was the first time I've seen that. That's a lot of force to indent the brick.
Did you notice that? Like I kept saying that, and I would notice that was a lot of force behind that damn brick.
Yeah.
So look, now they've taken the whole light fixture since Brian Enton and all them reported there was a damaged floodlight on the property. This is it, and the FBI did take that whole device, whole light. Now notice how the the light itself is hanging right there from the electrical cords.
Yeah.
But so it wasn't enough to just do that to make them dangle like that. But somebody tried to remove the whole damn thing. It looks like. Is that making a lot of noise? What could cause that, Keith? Is a guy going to reach up and jump up and grab a hole with both hands and snatch down and get lucky and cause that?
Maybe, and maybe they wanted the floodlights out to. I'm trying to remember when he pulled up the map of Nancy's house. And the house behind it was facing her backyard, right?
Yes. Well,
maybe
it's at an angle.
At an angle, yeah, right.
It's got a pretty good size wash in between the two of them and a lot of brush on top of that. So I don't think it would have been shining into her house, their house. We don't know.
But maybe the neighbors would have noticed.
Yeah.
You know.
We don't know when it got damaged, right? To start
True.
with. Did lightning strike it? Did something what caused the brick behind? What caused it to be damaged like that? That almost looks intentional.
Yeah, it could have been a shoddy installation.
Yeah, it could be, right? Over time, deterioration maybe. But there's no tree limbs that fell to knock it down. It doesn't appear to be lightning struck. I don't see, burnt marks around it where lightning struck it up. I don't see anything but like someone tried to really dismantle this thing and make it stop working. But why? Are we going through all that trouble?
Yeah, then I sleep with a fan, so I don't really hear too much. But
same.
If Nancy's not, so one guy is going to go behind the house, risk being seen by those other cameras, knock these out, and then he's going to go through the trouble of going all the way back around to the front to pull the front camera off. Why wouldn't he use whatever he used on this light?
Thank you.
On the front camera. Did you recover that?
No, but I think that. So this is the back door, right?
Yeah.
And this light is the height of the back door.
Right.
So are they just jumping up and grabbing onto this thing? See, getting on somebody's shoulders? What are we doing here to reach this light?
Right.
If you zoom out, the back door is there, and you can see the white right there. The light is still there at this point in this photo. I don't know if you guys can see it, but you got to jump up there and grab that damn thing, or hit it with something. Are they hitting it with a sledgehammer? What are we doing out there making all that noise in the backyard trying to get that camera down? Did that even happen that night?
Right. Yeah, that's another good point.
Yeah, we don't know, because I feel like some were like, well, maybe they did that in surveillance, so when they came back, it would be dark. I'm like, yeah, but how astute is Miss Nancy? How often is she in that backyard? Would she have noticed her floodlight damage like that? Would Annie and Tom have been in the backyard recently and said, "Mom, what happened to the light, man?"
Maybe right when it got dark, they snuck back there while Nancy was still at dinner, and
Oh, good thought. They would
you
have
know,
to have Nancy was at dinner, right?
right?
Hey, what if they did do that? That way, when Nancy came home, that light's already took care of, but you're still going to be seen creeping up to that light.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be seen.
Yeah, right.
So why are you trying to damage that one light just so they won't see you when you're about to be seen damaging the light?
Yeah, you're right.
And you're
That
not
had to
taking
have
her out
happened in the
the back
moment.
door. Yeah, you're not. You're well. The plan seems to be not to go out the back door with her, right?
Right.
It's weird. It's just weird. I can't guarantee anything in this case, obviously, but I can't
Yeah.
guarantee that the guy at the door broke that light either.
Yeah.
I can't guarantee what he was doing with them vines either, but I have my suspicions.
I think you're right about him pulling it off, but then again, I could be wrong. Yeah, maybe he was covering up temporarily, and the plan was always to get her out through the back, but the camera's there, like it.
I don't think the plan was ever to go out the back, considering
No.
that you got to walk her all the way around the front.
That's true.
There's nowhere. People have debated that, and I'm like, but where? Come on, she's elderly. She needs a cane. She's already disoriented. You need to get her out of there quickly. So we
Mm-hmm.
go back to that map and we zoom in. Let me pull up the screen. Why am I going to take her all the way around that house like that? When it's so easy to go out that front door.
Right.
It is just too easy.
Yeah.
The easiest way to get her out. There's no road back there except the weird cul-de-sac, but I promise you, if I go on that man's cul-de-sac, he's fixing to know all about it. I'm not parking back there to take a lady out of that I just stole.
Well, and then if you look at like the house that driveway entry that's to the left of the house,
Yeah.
they probably pulled up in there.
Go away, but I meant this thing on the screen is in my way. Like,
Oh.
go away, this little box.
You're okay. But they probably pulled up and that camera didn't pick them up because all that brush is there.
Right. If you pull into the edge, right?
Uh-huh.
The right, like, so we're looking out toward the street.
Yep.
Toward the left side, if you pull in on that side, guess what's going to happen? That camera sitting right here is going to see your headlights.
If you got them on.
If you're going to turn them off, right?
Yeah.
Don't you got a better shot of parking right here at the very edge of that driveway? Very edge of that driveway.
Yeah, just to get her out.
Yeah. Well, to sit there for a minute in the dark until your buddy motions for you to bring the car on around.
Right.
Or you're signaled.
As on a walkie.
Right. You are signaled it's go time. Because here's an angle from the edge of that driveway. So there's the camera. You can see the front door clearly from this angle. But when you're in that little enclave looking out and it's dark and there's a car sitting way out here and it's dark and you're at the angle that, is it going to see that car at all? So when that camera comes down, now you can bring that car all the way around and we can get her out that front door and do what we got to do and get her in that car and get the fuck out of here because that camera is about to see our car.
Right.
We need to take it because this camera ain't seeing our car, and certainly not this camera.
Yeah.
This camera sees everything important.
Sees the coyotes.
Yeah. So we're taking it. That's wild. Fucking sees everything. Except entry.
Yeah.
Unless they had a key to that storm door, steel door, protection door, and then that changes. That's a game changer. If you had a key to that front door.
And the garage was closed?
As far as we know, yes, because
Yeah.
according to the sheriff's timeline,
Uh,
Nancy Guthrie came home. The garage door opens at what time, guys? 1:47 and closes at 1:50. But then we later learn that's Tommaso's guesstimation. So
yeah.
according to Tommaso, the door shut, right? So I'm sure that she did shut the door. She just walked in it. Is she in the habit of leaving it open? Maybe.
Yeah.
Here's all my shit. Come take it. I don't care.
Mhm.
She shut the
Teenage Keith's
door.
gonna steal your beer.
Right. Exactly. Teenage Keith's on the prowl, man.
I
They miss
got-
your bird. Got beer. We got a beer run in progress. I'm not even gonna say what I've done in the past for some beer. Or what I was a part of that one time. Well, that one time too. Okay, never mind. There's probably many times, but that one time could have been one of those. Like you said, statute of limitations is well expired.
Yep. Oh yeah.
Damn cousins of mine to get me every time. Anyway,
Yeah. They're the toughest. My cousins have always been the ones, other than a few friends, who've gotten me in the most trouble. I swear.
I swear, it's my friends. I'm like, no, you fool! I got a daddy or what? Nah. But my cousins be like, no, come on, girl, you chicken.
Yep.
I cannot be called a chicken by my cousin.
There's something about impressing your cousins that's like, it's so much more, especially when you're a kid, you want to impress them so much more than any other person in the world. I don't know what it is. Like,
I know,
I
right?
think it's a combination of like their family.
It's that blood thing, right?
Yeah, the blood, you
not
don't
out to
see them
me.
often, I don't
Yeah.
know.
I don't know. I had an army of cousins, and we were always together. We wreaked havoc on the deer woods, as we call it. We get down that dirt road, and it's on. Our parents had no idea. We had these two cousins that both had a hot temper, and we could
Mhm.
get them. We could agitate them, I should say.
Mm-hmm.
And it was good times had by all back there. But our parents never had a clue that shit was going down in the woods. We're all like sparring. Okay, I got him. Let's see who can make them fight first. Here we go.
Yeah. My first time partaking in the weeds was the cousin walk during Thanksgiving. I have an older cousin that I idolized when we were younger. He's awesome. I still love him to death, but he's like, hey, you want to go for a walk? I had like no idea what he meant. I was like 13. I'm like, yeah, I'll go for a walk. It's kind of weird, the middle of November, but sure. And, he's like, hey, here you go. And next thing you know, it's just one of those
There you
things. But yeah,
there you go. My cousin didn't turn me on to all that. Was really one of my friends. But I had a cousin. I was like, don't tell the little cousins about this. Are you crazy? They'll get you in trouble.
right.
Don't tell the little cousins, dumbass.
Well, and also you don't want them picking up on it,
No,
because their older
I
cousin
tell
does
the older ones, man. Leave the younger. It wasn't. It was weird. Anyway, so I was like, yeah, don't do that, man. You don't know how they're gonna react. I ain't
Right.
getting in trouble. I ain't getting in trouble. All right. Well, I'm gonna thank you for coming up and having a conversation with us and unpacking some more of this stuff. I really, just trying to figure out where they even left can be is how or where they went. You know what I mean? Because it just seems like nobody knows.
Yeah, no, it's always a pleasure. I love coming up here and hear. Like, I talk about this case with like my sister. She's a big true crimer too. But like, it's fun when I go up to visit her and we sit down and have a coffee and a conversation. And
Right.
I got to tell her, like a week ago, I'm like, hey, I got on YouTube with this lady who's way smarter than me. Her chat's way smarter than me. And did you think about this? Did you think about this? And we're going like, no, oh my God, we didn't think about this, And like the Vines was a great example. Like I asked my sister, I said, did you ever think he might have been using those just to yank that camera right off? And it's like, I don't know. And we literally thought about buying the same model camera and trying it with like some other different plants, just
right?
for fun.
Yes.
But, your chat is so intelligent. Some of the things that they were just talking about how a burglary in the middle of the night is such a terrible idea, and it's so much better to do it in the middle of the day when no one's home. And it's just something I didn't think about at the time. I love coming up here and talk, or even if I'm not up here, just being in chat and like actually just seeing people have better, smarter ideas than me. It's really cool.
I think we're all the same level. I think we all bring different things to the table, right?
Yeah,
What I
right.
don't think about, you might think about. Butterfly might think about. Rachel, one of our other community members here that's always joining us, they may have a different thought to bring to the table. And
Hmm.
when we see that, we're like, oh, yeah, well, that makes sense. Or, well, that might make sense. Let's talk about it, right? So
Absolutely.
that's what I enjoy around here. And I love that you are willing to come up and do that with us. So, and thanks for even thinking about what I said, you know what I mean? About the possibility of the camera situation, and I have family members who'll bring it up to me and the cases at certain times. So
Hmm.
it's always fun. And I
Yeah.
appreciate you coming up, and we're going to get together and hammer out some details on what we're going to cover on the Delphi show. That's what we're going to do, is focus on the appellate process. And we got some things coming up, right? What's
Yeah.
what's our timeline right now in the appellate process?
So, a order granting an extension was granted, I think, a few weeks ago, and the state's response to the appellate brief that Richard Allen's appellate attorneys filed is due the 30th, Monday. So we're all kind of waiting on that with bated breath. I just, from my perspective, what you hear from pretty much everyone else is you can expect the state to pretty much say everything that we're arguing in the brief would not have affected the outcome. I think that's probably going to be the central theme. That's typically like a state response. But we'll see. There's not a lot of case law in the brief itself. So I think they're really, I think Stacey Liana, Mark Lehman are appealing to the Indiana Court of Appeals by just saying, hey, how about just taking a look at the lack of humanity in this case and maybe just even making a judgment from that precedent. So we'll see. Delphi has been so weird. I do not have faith that anything good is going to happen. But we're hopeful. Again, I believe that Richard Allen's innocent. I believe that the real killers of those girls are still out there. So by we, I mean the so-and-so cranks and those kinds of folks. But nonetheless, I think there's a lot of legal precedent that can be set. I just think there's a possibility this could reach the Supreme Court in a couple aspects, and we'll see.
I think that it could, but I honestly felt like that would be at the level of, because of Gull, right?
Mhm.
Because of some of her decisions, things to that nature. Doesn't seem like that's the case. It feels like, well, no, everything she did was right. You know what I mean? Like, because that's not the basis of the appeal. You know what I mean? That she didn't allow this, didn't allow that. There's not like, there is a lot there,
Mhm.
but more specific about her not allowing a lot of things to occur that should have occurred, and her alone just causing a lot of errors, to me, was enough to say, y'all need a new trial here, and a new prosecutor, new judge, and let them handle it. Is that way nothing is there's nothing to accuse, right? None of that ever happened. Doesn't seem to be any errors like that like one sticking point, I guess I could say. There seems to be many, in my opinion, but
Yeah.
legally, I don't know if she tread water. Do you know what I'm saying?
Well, and you look at the Court of Appeals and kind of what I did a little bit of research, and they just recently had an opinion on illegal search and seizure with the way that I believe evidence was seized. So the long story short, the police got a warrant for something that they felt led them to believe that they would find who was involved with the crime. So when they searched this home, I don't know how to explain this without sounding very, very like a 5-year-old. But anyways, they determined that the search was not in good faith, and that the second search that was done from that search, because the first search, they had observed drugs that were laying out in plain sight. So then they went and got a second warrant for those drugs. That warrant didn't apply because the first one was not done in good faith. That's what we call fruit of the poisonous tree.
Mm-hmm.
I think Tony Liggett lying, being dishonest about what Betsy Blair saw. Betsy Blair saw a very young, muscular, beautiful man versus what Sarah Carbaugh saw, which was a man wearing a tan jacket who was covered in mud. Then he was wearing a blue jacket and he was covered in mud. And then he was wearing a blue jacket and he was covered in blood and mud on her third interview. I think the fact that that was omitted from the search warrant is probably the best chance that they have it at a full reversal. But yeah, you're right. I mean, a lot of the judges have so much power. They have so much ability to do things, and Goal, not allowing a Frank's hearing to happen.
That alone, that right there.
Yeah.
I don't even want to read what you submitted to decide if you should get a hearing. I'm just going to say you're not going to get the hearing, and I'm not reading this nonsense because I'm sure it's nonsense. And Taylor had she gotten told that same thing? Holy hell!
Hell to pay.
No,
Yeah.
the judge was like, "Well, I need a little bit more, Miss Taylor. To get you to a hearing." And she clearly understood it. And when she came back, she still couldn't nail it. But he didn't shut her down, and he didn't say, "I'm not reading your nonsense."
Right. The issue I take with it is like, you can say that the crime being an Odinistic ritual is ridiculous, and there's a lot of people out there that would agree with you. That's the whole part of that is that that's up to a jury to decide. That's not up to a judge to say a jury shouldn't hear that, right? I personally think that the people that did this were involved with Odinism. I think where the defense got everything wrong in the Frank's memorandum was they really emphasized that it was done as a ritual, and that's not necessarily the case. Is it ritualistic in nature? Yes, but when you're sending that message out to the public, when common people, general people think of rituals, they think of like seances with the star, the candles, the robes. You and I get up every day and we pray in front of the coffee pot. That's a ritual, right? Yep. But to call that a ritual seems a little ridiculous. And I think the way that the terminology that they used, I think, was a little overdramatic, when in fact it could have been ritualistic.
It conjures up visions of what you said. They're out there purposefully drinking the blood and having some sort of seance and
drawing it on the tree.
A group of people in a circle. And no, that's not it, right? That doesn't have to be it.
Mm-hmm.
It just really, really doesn't. And even if what happened out there didn't start out as what it ended, once it started, and when I say sometimes the youngins might have got out of hand in the woods, because sometimes not everybody knows how to fully implement what they're trying to do.
Mm-hmm.
And when you touching a hand to a tree is returning to source after death.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of elements, like you said, but that doesn't mean that's what was the intention of the day was to lure them to drink their blood and to sacrifice and do the sacrifice of a ritual. That's not what happened that day.
No, it was to send a message, and that's the other problem. Again, I won't get too much into it because I know we're trying to get out of here. But the problem with the sticks is you don't put very delicately and very purposefully 3 sticks over 2 dead girls because you're trying to hide them, and that's all you do when there's plenty of dirt, leaves. Keep in mind, this is the middle of February.
Covering up a camera with a vine, right? It makes no sense.
Good point. Why didn't he bring a can of spray paint and put it back in his backpack? Right. You know what I mean? But yeah, I think that in and of itself, it's like, well, the argument is that those are runes. And then the state got the opportunity to get up there and say, no, those were used to cover up the girls. And the problem with that is you should be able to tell a jury, we think these are runes. And the state should be able to call an expert to say they're not. And you should be able to call an expert to say that they are. And that's the beauty of like having a fair fight in this country. And just that it just didn't happen,
Because this rose quartz wand that I'm holding in my hand right now absolutely has a rune on it.
Mm-hmm.
I said rune. but that don't mean I'm doing stuff in the woods, right? Nothing
No.
at all. But runes mean a lot of different things, and it's used in a lot of spirituality that can be tied to pagan groups and Wiccan groups and different things. But that doesn't mean that's what you are. But it means that could also be what was actually left on those girls, right? If they're
Right.
trying to hold some sort of ritual, they're going to use their runes because they make them all the time. They've grown up making them in the woods.
Yep. And when, I would say it probably would lead me to believe a lot more that if you were Facebook friends with the man who said he was out there and he spit on the girls, and if your son was actually dating one of the girls secretly leading up to that, and then you posted Facebook pictures of very similar runes of the sticks, if not exact, that were on the girls, and also you had pictures on your Facebook of two dead girls or two unconscious looking girls in the woods with sticks on top of them, similar to that of the crime scene in Delphi, I would say that would probably be what we call a nexus and tie you to the crime a lot more than just simply having a stone or a rock with a rune on it, right? There's so much more to the depth of it.
And because of that, right there alone, that statement that Elvis Fields, one of the alternate suspects, so to speak, said to an officer, "What if you find my spit? What if I spit?" So that and then what was his name? Murphy? Was it Kevin Murphy?
Yep.
Did he say during trial or anywhere? Where was it? He said he regretted not following back up with that. Where was that? Was it a hearing? One of the hearings.
That
I think
might
Joe
have
was in
been
the hearing, the 3-day hearing thing, maybe.
Yeah, I think so. I think that was the same day as Don Perlmutter being able to
think.
testify, or not
Yeah.
testify.
They had the 3-day hearing about who all, what all could.
Yeah.
There was a whole thing. I think it was during part of that. But
Yeah.
having a cop say that statement was made and you did nothing to think that was important when the man just asked you, if you find spit at the crime scene that matches my spit, is that a problem? Yeah, that's a freaking problem. And that never made it into any reports anywhere, right? You know what I'm saying?
Well, and that's the other thing that people don't really consider is that, like, the layperson who's not familiar with this, they think because of people like Hidden True Crime, because of people like Gray Hughes, because of people, I could go on, that they honestly believe that the Odinist theory was something that the defense just plucked out of thin air. And Nick McClellan specifically states, this is an investigation that we did. This is what the police looked into. So that, in my opinion, warrants even more of a valid third-party defense that you should be allowed than if it hadn't have been investigated by the police, because it's verified by your own state. It's just, we could talk for hours about it, and there's so many other people that are definitely well equipped to, all eyes could probably pull right off the bat exactly the date that Murphy got up there and said I should have talked, looked more into, or criminality is great too, but I do the best that I can.
I think it was Oksana that I was talking to. We were Oberg's testimony. She would like to get into that a little too, a little more.
So if you get her on, what a wonderful privilege.
I'm dying to do it. This case, of course, Nancy just deserves all of our attention.
Of course.
All these things have happened here, but I have, because she and I talked a while back at the beginning of the appeal process, right? And I don't know her like that. We just briefly made contact because I like her on Twitter. She's smart. I feel like she's very smart. So I was like, I'd like to have her on to help discuss the case and to get her work, I don't really know. I know she feels Rick Allen's probably not the guy, or isn't the guy, but I would like to talk to her, right?
Incredibly inspiring woman. Just her story is great. And fellow Cincinnatian, and she just has like a wonderful kind kind of like just a wonderful approach to and I tried to do this too, because like I'm not in All Eyes, I'm not in Angela, I'm not all these great people who have done a lot of work on this. I try to approach this as like, I'm a guy who just goes to work every day and comes home, and like, you know, my girlfriend says do the dishes, I do them, or like if she doesn't, I do them, and then she says thank you. I live a very normal life, and I love that you and I can approach these as like lay people. Same thing with Schbugs, right?
Yeah.
Schbugs, you know, just is a normal person. We're not like, I'm a lawyer, I'm a journalist, I'm a doctor, this, that, the other. Oksana's like that, but like the way her logic works, it's again one of those things where it's like, I didn't think about that way, and I'm glad that you said that. Right?
And exactly. And I can appreciate the conversations too, where they're like coming from more of a lay term. We're all the same, right? We're just unpacking it, and there's going to be some things we're all smarter on than others. But like you said, she's great to bring to that conversation because she approaches it the same way. I'm just here to ask questions and talk about the things, but I'm not like the Angelas of the room that can come bring you the business. Because if you need to catch up on anything, there's a lot of content there you can go and review. And she's done some excellent work. One of the best things that I've seen over there was when they showed, you know, the reckoning of Delphi over there. But I remember when I first saw that over there, I was like, damn, that's a whole other story, but wild, right? So, but with that said, I do really, really appreciate you coming. And maybe when we put together a show to talk about a lot of these things with the appellate process, I can reach out to Oksana and we can see if we can get her on, you know, and see what we can get going here with it. Maybe do it a weekend where everybody can, you know, we'll see what everybody's schedule's like. But we're going to keep, you know, following the Nancy Guthrie case, obviously. And I'm sure by the time I get off here and get chilled out and get something to eat, there'll be a couple shows dropped that may have some information, who knows, or more weird speculation about, I don't know. Who knows?
There's some billboard drama.
Yeah, we might get some more. Look, because I have never watched those overnight streams about running around Tucson or whatever. But the other night I couldn't sleep, and I knew that Dad's Gone Wild guy had been live there, but I didn't know him. He seemed like a really nice guy. He's knowledgeable, respectful, all the things. He was not bad at all. But he's the one that was there when all this was going down. You know, the 3 signs that appeared with somebody's license plate written on them. I wonder whose license plate that was and how pissed they are once the cops contacted them. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Probably as mad as that guy was about his phone getting downloaded on the side of the road when he ain't done nothing.
Or someone who's got pulled over and they were reported that someone blew their head off in the back seat or whatever.
Oh my God. Oh, speaking of shit, y'all saw the story about the cornhole guy?
Oh yeah. Did you see my tweet? I said, if that guy kills you, you deserved it.
Oh my God.
If you let him
Hold on. I had to show my sister. I laughed so hard, and I shouldn't, but I did. I laughed. First of all, you're a cornhole champion, and you don't have any arms. Okay, that alone's a wow, right? How do you cornhole if you don't have arms? But I get it. He shows us how. But that was like, damn, if he can do that, he can also shoot a gun.
Yep.
And he also can murder people.
Yeah.
What?
There's video of him out there loading a gun and the whole 9 yards.
So the guy shot his friend who was in the guy was in the passenger seat.
Yeah.
And there was 2 people in the back seat. So the people in the back seat witnessed him shoot the guy in the front seat. They jumped out and ran. When they jumped out, he took off with the dead body in the car.
Yeah, because they wouldn't help him take the guy out.
Yeah, they wouldn't help him get the guy out. He goes down the road and ditches the body at some point. I guess he pushed it out of the car. Okay, I was dying when I showed this to my sister. Have you guys in chat seen that guy? Holy moly. Then there was the video of him shooting the gun. Because everybody's like, how I'm not even going to tell you what my sister said. Oh my God. I was like, oh Lord Jesus, I'm sorry. Um, it was, I'm sorry.
No, you're good.
Oh God. Okay, let me get this up here. Quadruple. Never mind. I don't know if I can get through this without just dying. Okay, get the screen up there. On our way out, guys, check out this latest news story.
Quadruple amputee cornhole champion now facing murder charges for allegedly shooting and killing someone in his vehicle. The incident happened in Maryland before the alleged shooter then left to Virginia. Eyewitness News reporter Mark Cotterobles is in studio with the shocking details on this. Mark?
Yeah, Michelle, good evening. The headline alone is not something you hear every day. The man charged in the deadly shooting is a quadruple amputee who was driving a car as the shooting happened. He is 27-year-old Dayton James Weber, seen here in this mugshot. He's been in the spotlight before, but for much different reasons. Weber was featured by ESPN a few years ago, highlighting his success as a competitive cornhole champion. Now, after the incident last night, he is a murder suspect accused of fatally shooting a passenger in his car while driving through a small town in Maryland. Local authorities alerted by two witnesses who were passengers in the back seat, revealing a well-known name locally as the suspect.
There's been many news stories done about him, and a lot of people are very familiar with him.
That being said, the prior news stories, all positive.
Yes, yes.
Not only did he allegedly fire the gun, he's also driving the car. What do you know about those circumstances on how he can even accomplish this?
What I would say is that his
I forgot I wasn't on mute. I'm sorry.
He's asking what we all are asking. You can't, I love that this didn't happen in 2015, so they canceled this guy. But like, I love that's happening now. He's asking what is going through your mind.
Exactly. Oh my goodness. Driving and shooting with no arms at the same damn time. Okay.
Yeah.
accomplishment
Maybe he was at a stop sign, just had enough time to. I don't know what to do. What did this dude? What happened with your friend, man? What did he do to you? Okay.
and capabilities have been well documented on the internet. There's a YouTube channel and a lot of stories out there about what he is capable of doing. And we would urge anybody who has questions to just look at his name and look at the videos.
Here are more of those videos. He competes as a pro in the American Cornhole League. He has been a quadruple amputee since he was a child. At 10 months old, he was given just a 10% chance to live. To save his life and stop a deadly sepsis infection from spreading, doctors amputated both of his arms and legs.
I can't. He adapted well.
Could you imagine being his attorney and having a golden opportunity to tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that your client is purely incapable of firing a gun because of the condition he's in, only for there to exist videos of him shooting a gun? That's got to be so infuriating.
Let's take a look. Not only can he shoot the gun, he can also climb that tree stand with that gun.
Yeah.
Okay.
I want to see him drive the car. Out of everything, I want to see him drive the car.
Right? I saw how you managed to shoot the gun. My sister was real intrigued by that, but it's the other stuff, man. Oh, man. What set this poor guy off that day? And damn, he just wasn't playing. Okay, where's the? Is this the one where he's shooting the gun? Hold on, I know I just had it because I just saw it. Okay, I did. I passed it. There we go. Yeah. So then I saw the one where he can shoot the gun, and then I saw the one where he can climb the tree stand with the. I guess it was a rifle for hunting.
Yeah. Yep.
This one where he's got the. Let me see. Yeah.
Oh, there is video of him driving. I'll have to look that up, Butterfly. Thank you.
Video of him driving. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, y'all look up him. I don't. What's his name again? I can't remember.
Dayton something.
So okay. I know I saw one that showed him like loading it and everything.
Investigation.
Tonight, new video emerging from YouTube of Dayton Weber, a quadruple amputee shooting a handgun. Weber is facing several charges, including first and second degree murder. The 27-year-old of La Plata is.
See, I mean, he had no problem
Crazy.
firing that weapon. It's insane. But yeah, so good luck with that, right? For his attorney to walk in there and say, "There's no way my client could have done this." We beg to differ. Um, I don't know how many deers he got in the freezer. Is he good? Jesus.
Yeah. God, if those videos didn't exist, just, do
my
you
God.
really think he could do this? It would be.
At first glance, even when you hear it, quadruple. Look, when I heard, I wasn't even looking at my. I had my phone on, and I was over there chilling, like on the bed. Was it last night? So I wasn't looking at the phone. I'm just like laying there listening, and I hear them say, quadruple amputee commits murder. I'm like, what the fuck? How? And I sat up, and I had to get my phone and look, and I was like, oh no, they know. And then I couldn't stop laughing. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I thought it was like a poisoning at first or something, like.
Right? Not like he physically does it himself.
Yeah, that's going to be an interesting trial.
Poisonous method because it was the easiest, right?
Right.
Now, when you're just laying there listening, another murder, right? Par for the course. But then this time the man has no arms and legs. You're like, how the fuck that's crazier than Miss Nancy being taken at the door and never to be seen again. I mean, what?
Yeah. It's almost crazy, or just as crazy as the idea that he was good at cornhole.
And I know that was my first big hurdle. This cornhole champion of all things with no arms. I'm sorry. I know you can overcome a lot.
Right.
But I'm sorry. That was not what I expected to hear. Cornhole champion.
I just, again, we're all thinking it. I think he was apparently a huge inspiration for people
like
leading up to this, obviously. Yeah.
Little handicapped children that need that inspiration, because you can absolutely overcome all these things, right? My kid, who's in his mid-30s, was a preemie. There was this little girl that at the same time, well, she was a little bit older, and she was a lot like that, but she had partial limbs, I'll say. But her capabilities would blow you away.
Oh, yeah.
Blew adults away to see what she was capable of doing. And she didn't think twice about it. What you saw her do with her feet and she didn't have feet, but she didn't have hands. What you saw her do with her books and her toys, you're like, holy shit, these kids are amazing. So to see that stuff, but then to hear your hero done shot somebody. First he was a cornhole champion. See what you can overcome and achieve. And you can shoot firearms, and then you can use that firearm to kill your friend. What?
Yeah.
Lord help us all. But I think we all thought the same thing when we heard no arms, cornhole champion shot somebody. We're like, how?
Like, it's like got to be an Onion article or something. Like, it's not real,
Not real. Like one of those things. Yeah, another
like parody.
Yeah, exactly. All right, guys. Well, I'm going to go get some food and relax. And thank you again for coming up.
Yeah, Sam, thank you for having me.
Oh, we're going to have you back. Don't worry. We're going to have you back soon. Guys, I'll probably be back sometime in the morning and touch on a couple of things. Again, chat, thank y'all for coming in. For those who just like to listen and don't really want to talk a lot, or you're just chilling and listening, thank you for all that. And especially for the ones who do come in and chat. And we love the conversation. We like to cuss and discuss and have our coffee and conversation at the same time. We cuss and discuss during our coffee and crime conversations. Let's get it correct.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, thank you again for coming up. I appreciate you so much.
Yep, appreciate you. Thank you. Good night to you, and I'll be in chat tomorrow.
All right, you guys. Thank you, Keith. All right, guys, that was a lot of fun. Yeah, we appreciate him, right, Rachel? I think I've kept my mods up for like a long time. They're like, okay, girl, it's time to go. I appreciate, guys, y'all coming in, and I hope everybody enjoyed the show. We covered a lot, and looked at a lot of the stuff around Nancy's house, and we're not done with the conversations. We'll keep them going and keep our Nancy in our thoughts, right? Let me put my yellow heart in the chat for Miss Nancy. Hold on. I haven't done that tonight. There we go. We got to keep it going for Miss Nancy for sure, because it doesn't feel like prayers that she can be found and returned to rest or whatever. It's crazy. All right, guys. Thank y'all for coming in. Y'all have a great night. Keep your notifications on and all the things, and hopefully I'll see you back here tomorrow morning sometime. All right, y'all have a good one. Be safe on them YouTube streets.
Thank you all for watching this here video. Please like and subscribe and follow. Much love from little Yas to each of you.